Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. Board members are present, minus Trustee Tamayo and Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. We will now approve the agenda. I move to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I have a question. Do we say second and then have the discussion? Or do I have the question now?
Second and then the question.
Okay, second.
Question?
And the question, President Ugarte, as you know, I sent you some information over the weekend, and based on not having it being the lack of information, I'd like to request or motion, I don't know how it works, you can guide me, how we can table one agenda item, specifically 4B, until we get the information that I requested.
No, we're not tabling. We've actually had this on the agenda and we can't do that. We've actually started the process. So we can't do that with that one.
Well, I thought last time when we were discussing that process, I had question about it being time stamped appropriately.
We actually started that process for 4B, so we cannot table it.
Okay. Is that part of the Roberts rules and all that?
That's part of the process, yes.
Okay.
We can't stop something once it's in motion.
All right.
All right. I had a motion and a second. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez. Aye. Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Nay?
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1. Oral communications. The oral communications section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comment depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matter to the superintendent for review and report.
There are no speakers.
There are no speakers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, LLP, and Adams, Silva and McNally, LLP. Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classifieds Employee Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrative Association of Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54957B1, Complaint or Charge Brought Against Employee. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Possible Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 401564. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2025020776, and Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subsection D2-1 case. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Title, Principal 2. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Title, Chief Operations Officer. In session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes.
Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. The board completed and approved the superintendent's evaluation for the 2024-2025 school year. Motion by Ugarte, second by Tamayo. The ayes were Ugarte, Tamayo, Tolston, Ramirez, Dominguez. The noes were 0, abstention, Dominguez, Cervantes. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2025-020776. A motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Tolston. The board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes were 5, the noes were 0, abstentions 0. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2, Thurgood Marshall Elementary School. A motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes. The board approved Ashley Sarin as Principal 2 by the following vote. The ayes were 5. Government Code Section 54957B1, Complaint or Charge Brought Against Employee. On motion by Member Tamayo, second by Board Member Tolston. The board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes were 5, noes were 0, abstention 0. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2, Chula Vista Hills Elementary School. On the motion of Member Tamayo, second by Member Ramirez Dominguez, the board approved Dana Orozco as Principal 2 by the following vote. The ayes were 5. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Possible Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 401564. A motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Tamayo. The board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote. The ayes were 5, noes were 0. That's it, Madam President.
Thank you. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All board members are present. And Trustee Tolston, if you'll lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. I move to approve the agenda with flexibility to move item 13E, ICOC report, upon finishing public hearings. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by President Ugarte, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. Clerk, Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Ms. Angela Reed.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Reyes. During my 14 years of service for CVCEO, I have consistently advocated for equitable treatment and systematic professional development for classified employees. To be fair, we, the district and CVCO, have collectively made inroads in this area, specifically in the fact that the district has agreed to investing paid hours towards professional development. This was a vital first step, and it both demonstrates that the district sees potential benefit in professional development and it also provided the necessary capacity to allow it in the first place. At the time, I was very pleased that time was allocated for and dedicated to collaboration and professional development, and was optimistic about where that would take us next. The sad truth is that the investment towards professional development remains a source of potential rather than realized gains, because to date, we have no systematic professional development framework. What we have received is somewhat scattered and non-integrated training. Some of that training was certainly valuable. The monthly STARS training certainly was, but frankly fell apart when the director behind it left the position and then the district. Will this happen with the Special Education Symposium as well? From the start, I have emphasized that I am not asking for special treatment for classified employees in any form, but consistently ask for equitable treatment. For example, other district employees receive professional development opportunities monthly, yet classified classroom employees are left behind. For another example, the VAPA program provides significant opportunities for collaboration and professional development to certificated staff, yet classified employees receive no benefit from this valuable and extremely expensive district program. I know that I have spoken on this and related matters on multiple occasions because it is that important. A better trained and more capable classified workforce is better able to support schools and students, feels more like an active participant in the mission of educating students, and is gaining proficiency and expertise. This is mutually beneficial as both the district and the classified employees win. I cannot overemphasize how firmly I believe that investing in classified employees is a force multiplier that enables schools to utilize highly trained classified resources, resulting in more efficient use of instruction hours by teachers to the benefit of educating students. A way to accomplish this is to accept CVCO's Sunshine proposal, as this will increase collaboration and professional development opportunities. My hope is that the district takes an earnest approach to improving classified employees' working conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista Educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Reyes and Cabinet. Tonight, I want to recognize the important work of school board trustees and the great responsibility that you hold, since the decisions that you make impact students, staff, and the community at large. We appreciate the time and effort taken to make sure that you have all the facts needed to make informed and thoughtful decisions. CVE values the relationships that we have built with some of you and the time that you give us to hear and address our concerns. We appreciate you. I want to thank Dr. Reyes for being the first superintendent in CVESD that recognizes the importance of including the labor partners in reviewing the agenda in advance and providing us the time to ask questions. I have personally attended these monthly meetings in Chula Vista for the past 12 years. I care deeply for this district, and I'm a member of this community. Our CVE PAC team members attend or watch these meetings and provide a monthly report to our representative council so that it can be shared with the membership at large. We believe that it is important that members are aware of the agenda items and how trustees vote on them. As president of the Chula Vista Educators, I encourage members to attend and be engaged. Unfortunately, accessing these meetings has become quite a challenge. It almost feels like the public is being discouraged from participating and being informed. While surrounding districts can conduct business in 2 hours, it is taking this board between 4 and 6 hours on average, and that does not include your closed session. Last month, you voted to extend this meeting until 2 a.m., expecting the community to stay engaged in a meeting for 8 hours. That is a full day of work. That means that staff was expected to be here for over 18 hours that day, and then had about 5 hours to go home and rest and be back early in the morning for work. This is outrageous. It is disrespectful. I cannot in good conscience ask my members to attend under these circumstances. It is also an insult to the public to claim that you're asking questions for our sake. The agenda is published 5 days in advance. We take the time to look through it and have the ability to pull items that we feel need to be addressed, and if we have questions about them. When 18 out of 28 items are pulled, it is no longer a consent calendar. It makes the board look inefficient and unprepared. The important items are presented in public hearings and administrative actions. These items are not being addressed until close to midnight? How is this transparent? How can these items be meant for public information and input? What the community wants is to hear about reports on budget and LCAP, not on how filtered water is filtered. Please have some consideration for the staff and the community by making these meetings more efficient and accessible to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Reyes. As we close out the school year, I want to take a moment as AACV president to recognize the work and contributions of our members, the principals and associate principals of CVESD. This year, site leaders have continued to rise to the occasion, leading with heart, integrity, and a commitment to their students, families, and staff. Throughout the year, AACV has appreciated having a seat at the table and being part of a professional partnership that has centered on collaboration for student success. We have valued the open lines of communications that have been built and the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to district-wide initiatives. As our members prepare for the summer break, we know the district will continue its important work on the rigorous learning for all academic plan and the priority actions it outlines. AACV supports the district's direction and its focus on instructional excellence, equity, and building systems that serve all students. At the same time, we offer this thoughtful perspective. While we support the vision and intent of the priority actions, it is essential that these initiatives are not only launched, but that work is put into this initiative for these initiatives to be sustained with time, planning, and all the resources they require. It's our principals and associate principals who will carry out this work at the site level, supporting teachers and staff to bring the plan to life. And truly, for this plan or any plan to be effective, the actions have to be manageable and given the attention they deserve. Sustainable change takes time, and it requires that planning, shared responsibility, and that space for ongoing reflection and feedback. But once again, AACV is supportive of the priority actions and is committed to supporting that process throughout the process. And thank you for valuing the voice, work, and experience of site administrators. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda due to government code, but will refer the matters to the superintendent for review and repost. We have 12 speakers and 18 total. We have 12 speakers on one item. With the consent of the board, I would like to limit these speeches to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yes?
I think what we were talking about, you said each item has to be,
At 1 minute and 30, this would be almost 20 minutes.
and is that what we're required?
Well, that's a minimum, limit each topic to 20 minutes.
Because I would have preferred that they each get their time.
That would be over 36 minutes.
So there's 20 minutes for the item.
It's 20 minutes
So
per item.
there's 20 minutes for the item. There's how many total for public comment?
15, and there are 16, but the board shall limit the total time for
Yes, but
public input on each topic to 20 minutes.
The question was how many total for
16,
16. So
12
there's
plus the
16.
4.
12 plus 4.
12 plus a 4, so 16 at a minute and a half.
But the other 4 don't have the same subject.
No, all of them. So everybody in public comment, because we can limit all of them. Because the total has to be 20. We
For
can
each-
extend it
Can we extend it?
for the topic of the line item. So oral communication is just one item, right? Regardless of what they're speaking. So oral communication is 20 minutes. So we can extend it, or we can reduce it for,
Or can we, normally they get 3 minutes?
normally they
A
get
little
3
more,
minutes.
like 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Move for
Oh.
2 minutes.
Move 2 minutes? Do I have a second? I can second.
Can we discuss this a little further? If the community came here thinking that they're going to have 3 minutes,
Prepared.
And this is the norm. It happens at boards across the county, that the time can be limited based on the number of speakers wishing to be heard. And so if there are a number of speakers, especially on one particular topic, we can limit it to 20 minutes. This would be a little bit over 20 minutes.
sure, and what I shared with trustee Tamayo was was the mistake of the public to have put what they were going to speak on? Should they have not stated what
So,
they were going to speak on?
No, because
Well,
they put the item for public communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
The agenda, the published agenda states that we can limit to 20 minutes, the agenda item, right? So we're being consistent with trying to maintain 20 minutes. So
They can't have any input in this, because
So-
it's not on the agenda.
So there's a motion on the floor, and I believe there's a second.
Yes,
I call
for
for the
2
vote.
Recording secretary, call for the vote, and the motion on the floor is 2 minutes.
Ramirez Domínguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Nay.
Domínguez Cervantes,
Nay.
Tamayo,
Yes.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion fails, 3-2, or 2-3.
They should get their 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
All right,
It is what it is. Let's give them the space.
okay. The first, please be prepared to speak. The first 3, in order. I don't have a name. They live on Calle Fernandez. Sonia Brown is next after that, and then Jessica Severance. Or Nor, sorry. Nor Abbott Frank, Sonia Brown, and Jessica Severance.
Could they repeat their name when they get up there?
They do.
Thank you for giving us the time. Good evening. My name is Nor Frank, and I'm here today to respectfully request that Bella be allowed to remain enrolled at Liberty Elementary. Bella has built strong, supportive relationships with her classmates and teachers there, and it has become a vital and positive environment for her learning and emotional well-being. As a person who volunteers often at Liberty, I have witnessed that Bella has faced unique medical challenges this year that has contributed to her absence from school. She has been diagnosed with a medical condition involving stones in her mouth, which has caused significant discomfort and made her feel like she was choking. This feeling has also given her anxiety and fear of dying from choking. In addition, Bella experienced symptoms that related to sensory processing disorder, which can make her feel overwhelmed and physically unwell, especially when she tried to eat. These combined health conditions have unfortunately led her to miss school. But her parents have actively been working with medical professionals to support her health and help her feel better. Consistency and familiarity are especially important for Bella. Liberty Elementary has been a place where she feels safe, supported, and connected. Removing her from this environment would be disruptive for her progress and could negatively impact her educational and emotional stability. I truly believe that remaining at Liberty is at Bella's best interest, not only for her academic development, but also for her mental and emotional health. The relationship she has built with staff and peers provide a sense of belonging and routine that are essential to her growth. This family is very dear to my heart, and I have seen their struggles, especially when their son Gio was going through chemo. Bella and her family have been through so much. Please give this family a chance to keep their kids' routine and school the same. This can be super beneficial for their whole family's well-being. Thank you for your understanding and support.
Thank you. Sonia Brown?
Good evening, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and board members and district leaders. My name is Sonia Brown. I'm a parent at Liberty Elementary, but tonight I stand before you as the voice of a family that feels unheard and as an advocate for a child whose medical needs deserve more than just numbers on a page. I'm here because behind every data point is a story. Like Gabriella, whose future depends on how we respond when families are struggling, not when everything is going smooth. I want to begin by thanking you for the time, the commitment, and the heart you bring to this work. I know the decisions you make are not easy, but I know this district has built its mission around equity, inclusion, and promise that every child, no matter their background, needs, or circumstances, is seen, valued, and supported. Tonight, I want to speak to that promise. I want to share the story of a family who has done everything right, and a child who simply wants to belong. This is about what it means to truly serve the whole child and to walk alongside families, especially when their journey is harder than most. Gabriella Giannoni is a bright, resilient student living with a chronic medical condition that has impacted her school attendance. Her family has consistently communicated, provided documentation, and remained fully committed to her education and well-being. And yet, they've often felt unsupported, left to navigate the system alone. This raises an important question. When does chronic absenteeism truly become a concern for our district? Is it only when a parent submits an inter-district transfer request that it's flagged? Because by that point, it's often too late. There's no time to build support, no real opportunity for partnerships, just a sense of judgment and finality that leaves families feeling defeated. This district says it believes in teamwork, but families are the primary role models to our children, and that collaboration between families, schools, and communities is the foundation of student success. But when families like Gabriella's, who have done everything in their power to support their child, feel pushed aside or penalized, that teamwork breaks down. Supporting students with medical challenges requires more than policy. It requires a true partnership rooted in empathy, communication, and trust. That's what this family hoped for, and that's what they still hope to find. Chronic absenteeism is complex. Sometimes it reflects disengagement, but many times it reflects life circumstances beyond a child's control. Families like the Giannonis aren't asking for special treatment. They're asking for compassion, for context, and for a chance to stay connected to their school community. The emotional toll of being dismissed or questioned while doing everything right is something no family should ever have to carry. May I finish? I have a couple of sentences. And students like Gabriella deserve more than a number-based response. They deserve to be seen, heard, supported as a whole child. Tonight, I respectfully ask that you reconsider Gabriella's denial, and not just through the lens of attendance data, but through the lived reality of a child with a serious medical condition and a family doing their very best. Let's be the district that doesn't just say we support every child, but shows it when it matters most. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Severance. Then it will be Stuart, Carrie, Gabriella Giannoni's mom, and Rosie Valenzuela.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Severance. I was an instructional assistant for 7 years. I worked both for the Chula Vista Elementary School District as well as the San Diego Unified School District. So I come here with nothing but the utmost respect for educators and for the school system. I've known the Giannoni family for the past 10 years. When I met them, their son, Gio, had already been diagnosed with brain cancer. He had already gone through surgeries, treatment, and hospitalization. And that is what Gabriela has known for her entire life. For her entire life, her brother has been sick, and she's witnessed the heartache that this has caused her parents in seeing the suffering that their son was going through and in seeing the sacrifices that her family had to make because of it. Unfortunately, all this has had a real negative impact on Gabriela's mental health. Her family had to sell their house and move out of the district, not because they wanted to, but because that was the only way they could afford to continue paying for Gio's cancer treatments. So her family did want their children to remain at the schools where they had built relationships, where they were stable, where they were thriving. And they've been able to do that with Giovanni, and he really, it really has had a real positive impact on his mental well-being and on his health, and they want the same for Gabriela, especially with what she is now going through with her medical issues. To move Gabriela to a different district, away from the district where her brother goes, with different school schedules, with the distance and the different pickup and drop-off times, would cause undue hardship for the family, a family that's already been through so much. I can understand your wariness, because I realize that there are people who would take advantage of the intra-district permit, but I can assure you that the Giannonis are not those people. They're a good family, they're an honest family, and they work hard to provide everything they can for their family, for their children's happiness, and for their health. So I am here today to respectfully request that you reconsider and that you allow Gabriela to remain within the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I want to take a pause real quick. Can Gabriela's mom come up, please? Or dad? And dad? Or both? And Miss Casey, can you please tell us what you just... Okay. Miss Casey, can you come up? We're just taking a pause for a minute. Yeah, just a 2-minute break, sorry. Ms. Giannoni? Rosie Valenzuela? Joe Ruiz?
No.
They don't have to come up.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Raquel Corrao? Juliana Corrao?
You're saying yes or no if you would like to speak.
Yeah, if you would like to speak. Thank you. Stacy Jimenez? Stacy Jimenez, are you still here? Adriana Busalachi? And Serafina Mafrias? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Tammy Quinn.
My child's also going to speak. They go first because we're here because of their bravery.
Liam Quinn, then.
Hi, I am Liam Quinn, a now former 6th grader at Ella B. Allen Elementary School. In my school, students in 6th grades are given an unfair punishment for their actions titled contracts. These contracts have 5 slots, each slot requiring a staff member's signature to confirm the student has done 30 minutes of community service. If these kids do not finish these contracts, they are threatened that they will not be able to participate in field trips. I had already confronted my teacher about why she had done this. Her response stated that these field trips were fun field trips. Teachers are not allowed to have non-curriculum-based field trips, and on the most recent field trip, the permission slip had said that it was a study trip. Kids are given these contracts for the smallest things, such as talking in class or eating gum. I have ADHD and pyro disorder, and am a person that talks a lot, and I got a contract just for that. 2.5 hours of community service seems unfair, doesn't it? And said contracts must be completed before or after school and during recess. Now, the fact that before and after school are options makes it seem like it isn't that bad, but students cannot control how early or late they can get to or stay after school. And the recess option does violate California Senate Bill 291, which states that students must have 30 or more minutes of recess. Now, about a month ago, I found that the district website included a page where you can contact them, and I had told them about this. In the message I sent them, I had stated that the principal is okay with this and that it is sickening and disquieting. And who did they put in charge of the situation? The principal. Why would you put someone who was a part of the complaint in charge of the situation? If you ask me, that is quite counterproductive and raises concern of the outcome being severely affected by bias. This issue has caused a very big and negative impact on my mental health and even caused problems with my teacher. Even though I am no longer a student at this school, nothing about my motivations to speak today changes, as I am not doing this for myself, but for the future 6th graders who deserve a healthy and non-toxic educational environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam. Tammy Quinn?
Thank you for taking our talkings today, and I'm a teacher at Chula Vista Elementary School District and a parent, of course. I would like the school district to know that this child reached out to the district on his own. He found the contact page on the district's website during the school day. It's quite concerning that the district's response to his complaint was to ask the person directly responsible for this negative discipline procedure to investigate the procedure. Her response, without real reflection, was that she's going to keep it in place. How do you think that made my child feel? He reached out to administration to address something that he thought was unfair and illegal, and you gave the person enforcing the policy the right to dismiss his concerns without contemplation of how unjust the contracts are. Even if you were not moved by my child's plea to consider how much this stresses out students, please consider this parent plea, that you can reconsider how complaints received at the district level are handled when they come directly from a student. Don't have the person reported in the complaint do the investigating that seems pretty common sense. For various reasons like work schedules, medical conditions, and financial reasons, not all parents can equally support their child to complete the contract hours before and after school. This means that most students will have to do their community service during recess time, which basically means the contracts are circumventing California State Bill 291. Does the district have any kind of procedure in place to ensure that students with behavioral needs, 504s, and IEPs are not disproportionately affected by such contracts? Oftentimes, disciplinary actions disproportionately affect children of color and boys. Is there a procedure in place to ensure this is not happening? These contracts cannot be implemented with equity and fairness. These contracts will remove the responsibility of teaching positive discipline from teachers and places an unnecessary burden, unstress onto students and parents. Schools are responsible for students bell to bell, and their procedures should be implemented bell to bell and should not remove children from very necessary recess time nor curriculum-based field trips, study trips. The principal stated that end of the school year trips for sixth grade are fun, earned trips, her words. No, study trips are not just for fun, and our grade level events don't usually have to be earned in order to participate. During these contracts, dressing these contracts up as community service does not change the fact that the way that it is punishing children with various discipline. Teachers need more training on ways to positively discipline children within the school day on the same day, or at least the same week, and an issue instead of dealing with a contract that can disproportionately affect children with behavior needs. What is the criteria to determine that there's a specific student that's crossed the line? It's very arbitrary. I've been teaching for 26 years, and I have never ever tried to remove a student from a curriculum event or a field trip, and I have often been physically assaulted by my students. So please, let's take the responsibility back on the principals and the sixth grade teachers. Just because the rest of us teachers, we also implement our discipline in positive ways throughout the school day and don't rely on an arbitrary way of keeping children they don't think deserve to be there having fun at the end of the school year.
Thank you. Berta Lopez?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep this short and to the point. I want to talk about something important, respect, both towards each other on this board and towards the public we are here to serve. I attended the last board meeting, and I couldn't help to notice that there has been a shift in how we communicate. I've seen, and I know others have seen, moments where conversations have turned rude, dismissive, or downright disrespectful. That's not how we should be. We don't have to agree on everything, of course. That's not realistic. But how we handle disagreements do matter. We can have strong opinions and passionate debates, but there's a line between disagreement and disrespect. And unfortunately, that line has been crossed too often lately. The public is watching. Our community is watching. And the way we speak to one another and to your colleagues on the board reflects directly on the integrity of this board. So I'm asking you, Trustee Tamayo and Ugarte, to do better. Let's lead by example. Let's bring respect back into the boardroom. Let's disagree without being disrespectful. Let's listen without interrupting. Let's treat others the way we want to be treated. Basic things that go a long way. We are all here because we care, so let's make sure our behavior reflects that. Thank you. Respect is not just about how we treat those we agree with. It is about how we treat everyone, even though we disagree. And Ms. Karen Dominguez, contrary to what Ms. Martinez said, keep pulling out every agenda item that you do not understand. It doesn't matter how late you are here. You are informing the public. And it is very important for us to get answers. And the only way we're going to get answers is by all of you pulling out every single item, because it's important for the public to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Christy M.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here to formally request that that the district conduct an equity-based needs assessment, particularly regarding the allocation of support services for the upcoming school year. The district has announced that each school will receive a part-time counselor. While this may appear equitable on the surface, it does not reflect the vastly different needs of each school site. At Rogers, we serve over 200 students with special needs, more than double or triple the number of other schools, which typically range from 60 to 80 students. According to according to DataQuest provided by the California Department of Education. Despite this dramatic difference, Rogers will receive the same level of counseling support as schools with far fewer students requiring specialized services. As a result, Rogers will be using its Title I funds to cover what should be considered a basic necessity for the school's unique population. This raises a serious concern regarding supplement versus supplant. Under federal law, Title I funds are meant to supplement, not replace, core services that districts should already be providing. So if Rogers must divert Title I funds just to meet the baseline support needs, while other schools get to use their Title I funds for enrichment and innovation, then we are not being treated equitably. We are being asked to supplement what should be district-funded services. I respectfully urge the board to adopt an equity-based approach that acknowledges the real and significant differences in student needs across our schools. A one-size-fits-all solution is not true equity. It is equality without consideration of context. Without that context, we risk continuing to fall short in providing every student with the resources they need to succeed. I know that resource allocation is complex, but I truly believe that equity-based approach will help ensure that all students, including those with the greatest needs, are fully supported. I am asking the board to consider reviewing current support plans through this lens before we move into the next school year. Thank you for your time and consideration. And while I have a quick second, I would like to also congratulate our new principal, Andy Falconer. We were not able to be here at 2 a.m. while he was sworn in, and also, for Ms. Dorsey was awarded our assistant principal last night. So I just want to recognize that Rogers is on a great path, and I hope that you guys can support us on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral presentations and written reports. The District Safety Health Update. Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and our community, it's my pleasure to present today's this month's safety update. So the action items that we're going to talk about today are our CVPD camera access, school safety and committee assistance, and workplace violence. So just some clarification on where we are with our CVPD camera access. There's no police access yet. Access is still limited to site administrators, IT personnel, and the safety team. With the CVPD process, we're currently drafting city policy for camera integration. The initial police access is proposed only for live monitoring during an active safety threat. So if there's a need at our school site, we've had EJICs activated, and there's a critical safety concern, that would be the only time the police would have access. On our side, the process is still developing an MOU with CVPD. The CVESD Safety Committee would perform an MOU review, and of course, working with our labor partners to create verbiage that would be put into that MOU. School safety and committee support. So we're going to continue meeting with our safety teams. The safety teams are invited. Safety team can assist with moderating and meeting if needed. Agenda items, the safety team will provide a broad range of topics for principals to choose from. So one of the things that we're looking at to make sure that we have kind of options that our principals can meet with their safety teams and select from. So things like EJICs, stop the bleed, safety policies and drills, emergency plans, and safety drills are some of the topics, and basically give those options to principals to share with their safety team, and then be able to provide options to their single school site. So the accountability is we have a meeting and agenda that's had at each school site, and make sure that those meetings do take place. Workplace violence program, as last year was our first year of implementation of the new Senate bill and law in California. We're working closely with making sure that we provide updates to our workplace violence training video. So we're working with our consultant that provided the trainings last year to update any new policies, provide that video to our district, and then put it in our JPA learning library. Once that's complete, we'll make sure to notify our principals and have an opportunity for our presidents from our labor groups to preview that video, but we're super excited to keep that program growing. So in addition to that, our Workplace Violence Advisory Committee will meet quarterly to discuss cases and program development. The committee will consist of all of our labor union presidents, the safety team, and the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. Thank you. That provides our conclusion to our safety update.
There are no speakers. Any board questions?
I wanted to ask if part of, thank you first of all, Mr. Romero. And, but I wanted to ask if we could have a monthly update as far as when we're talking about workplace violence or we've had vandalism, that sort of thing, if we could have a monthly report included here as to those type of.
SB 553 requires a file, and I don't know what the reporting requirements are with regard to confidentiality. We would have access to it, but I don't know that we could publicly disclose. Yeah, the incidences. There, we can look at them, we can access them, and I believe the public can with the information redacted, but we have to look at.
Yeah, my understanding
Looking
is
at
that
numbers.
it's the like the number, the type, but not the.
Correct. Don't need to know the specifics, vandalism. You can figure out the categories to give us an idea of what our school sites are experiencing. Therefore, our staff is experiencing.
Yeah, so we can give you the raw numbers throughout the district.
Could that be included as part of your safety report?
Mr. Romero?
Yeah, for our monthly update?
Yes.
Or, yeah, absolutely, we can include that.
Thank you.
You're talking about on this report?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll start that when school starts first in August will be our first time, but yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
I have sorry, Mr. Romero, I missed the part where it says these meetings will be in schools? The safety meetings?
Yes, our safety team yeah, sorry, Dr. Reyes. Yes, thank you. Our safety meetings will be school site-based meetings. We'll have the safety team will have records of who's attending those meetings and then notes. And then our safety team will provide topics that we can come in and provide information to those safety teams on, and those are some of the things.
Because you said if they're invited, so
yeah.
I feel like they should be invited to every meeting because they are the safety committee. I'm sure, you know.
Are you talking about a site meeting?
Yeah. So that's what I misunderstood.
Yeah. So we have the safety team will be invited to every.
They will. Okay. Because it said if invited. That's what I misunderstood.
So and what I'm saying for is we have these topics. We only have 2 people on our safety team, and so with 51 schools, it's 51 meetings a month. I don't know if we could attend all of them. So that's why we have some topics that we can cover, and then principals can work with their safety team to determine which ones are priorities for our team to attend.
All right, thank you.
But yeah, we want to make sure that we're out there.
Yeah,
and I will tell you, Darren he's never in my office. He is at school sites.
Okay, because that's what I was.
Yeah,
that's kind of my point. That,
yeah, if you look at my weekly,
the presence is so important.
At my weekly, you'll see at the bottom, and we list all the school sites that Darren was at for that week, and he's at schools every day. He's at multiple schools.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm gonna apologize for Darren, but is there also a way that we can have safety team meetings maybe quarterly or every 2 quarters for our subs and our subs and our certificate and classified subs?
Yeah, so Mr. Romero, can you share, for example, for our classified staff, what can we do to support our classified staff regarding trainings? And then regarding the substitute, because I know that's complicated because they sub in different districts. But how can we provide support or train subs on certain dates? But also, can you address the classified staff?
Yeah, so classified staff, that's a great question, and we want to work in partnership with Angela Reed. We do have, this is the first year that we've really implemented the workplace violence. This is a new program for us, and we're excited to be pioneers in some of the things that we're going to be talking and addressing. We have two people on the safety team that are really passionate about this topic. They're excited, just like the board, in making sure that Chula Vista is the safest schools, not only in the state, in the country. So they're constantly sharing ideas with me on how to do more. So absolutely, we want to work with Angela Reed. I do think there's time at the beginning of the school year to provide some of these critical trainings. For our substitutes, we have an onboarding process that we meet with them. So we do meet with our substitutes. It is a tiny bit of a challenge with our substitutes because finding a time that they would be available for trainings and then compensation for them. When we have over 1,400 substitutes in our system, trying to get them trained regularly would be, one, costly. It's just, because they're not on contract, but two, having the consistency of that. But your question has brought up some thinking points that I can share with the safety team, and maybe we can create a handbook, that we can have a meeting with them and then provide them a safety handbook that they can look through at their own time. And so that's one of the things that we can talk about this summer and implement. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Romero. With the board consent, I'd like to move to item 10A, the recognition of district parent scholars for participation in the CVESD University. Without any objection? Okay. All right. Item 10A, recognition of district parent scholars for participation in the CVESD University workshop. Dr. Reyes.
Actually, I'm going to have Ms. Giovanna Castro mention this one. It's the participation of the parents. You want to talk about it? Yeah.
Good evening. Tonight we are recognizing two parents that participated in the CVESD University workshops for the 24-25 school year. Specifically, they participated in 7 or more workshops this past school year, so they are our parent scholars. We are really excited to recognize them tonight and hope to see them at future CVESD University workshops next year as well. So our first parent scholar will be Janae Actor. Our next parent scholar being recognized is Stephanie McGee from Rosebank Elementary, and Miss Janae is from Camarena Elementary.
Board comments?
Yes, I would love to congratulate both of our parents. This recognition is very well deserved. Giovanna just said more than 7 workshops, so that's amazing. Thank you so much for your time. As a mom of children at this district, I know all that it takes to run a house on a normal pace and also to incorporate 7 more workshops. It just talks about how invested you guys are in your children's education, and I commend that. I admire that, and I'm actually very inspired now. Challenge accepted. I will be doing more. I'm just kidding, but thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and it's amazing to have parents like you in our district.
I second. No, congratulations again. Like Trustee Ramirez said, I mean, just your involvement in all of the school and in all of these workshops just really speaks to the way you are as parents. And I just hope that many more parents can attend our workshops and get that information out there, because I'm sure you've attended for a valuable reason. So thank you again and congratulations.
Same with myself. I can appreciate you attending these workshops, which are not during the most convenient times sometimes, but that extra effort really is a reflection on your dedication on wanting to grow and be better and do better and get ideas of how to address issues sometimes. I went to 2 of them, and so I benefited from those workshops myself. But I do want to ask you if you could please share that with your other parents, let them know about them, and we'll do a better job of getting that information out as well, and maybe providing other time frames that it can become available. Thank you for attending.
Likewise, I want to congratulate you for your tenacity and sharing your time away from home to participate on these workshops. I know the district has been working to create more attractive workshops, and I would love to have some of your feedback through the district to see what other type of workshops or how can we revamp, because that was one of the things that we keep thinking, right? How do we revamp the parent university workshops to make it more enticing and more accessible for parents? Because I think there's value. I've seen some of the topics and I've seen some of the ways that we're trying to reach out. I think there's a little bit more of opportunity to improve, and I know under Giovanna that's going to improve. So thank you for sharing some of your time. I know as a parent, it's difficult sometimes to walk away from home, but thank you for investing in time in you and for your kids.
As they always take everything I'm going to say, but congratulations. And I do want to say, I think that the real value the district gets from this is that I know you all have friends in the community and you probably share this information with them. And so whenever we're educating one parent, we're really educating a few parents, because we know that you go and you share the information with your fellow parents that are your friends. And so we appreciate that. And not that it's you have to, but it's a big responsibility, and we appreciate that you're doing this for your students and know that it impacts just more than your family as well. So thank you very much and congratulations. Yay. Before we move back to 9B, Mr. Romero, since we're doing recognition, this would be a good time to recognize our newly appointed principals.
Thank you, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and our Chula Vista Elementary School District. It's my pleasure to call up to the stand Dana Orozco. Dana has been an educator for 20 years, a foreign language teacher, an English language, second language learner, a resource teacher, an assistant principal. She is super passionate about connecting with each student that she works with to fulfill their academic potential and social and emotional potentials. She's super excited to be joining the Chula Vista Hills community, her community, and I'm pleased today to introduce our newest principal for the next couple minutes, Dana Orozco. Dana.
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, Superintendent Reyes, and Cabinet. I am deeply honored and grateful for the opportunity to serve as the principal at Chula Vista Hills Elementary School. It is a privilege to be part of a community that is dedicated to nurturing the growth and development of every child. I look forward to forming strong partnerships within the school community with students, families, educators, and community members. Together, we will create an environment that supports every student's academic, social, and emotional growth. Once again, thank you for this opportunity and for welcoming me into this wonderful community. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dana.
Congratulations.
And now I'd like to call up our newest principal, Ashley Saren, if you'd like to come up. Ashley has been an educator for 10 years in Chula Vista. We're super excited. During this time, she served as a classroom teacher, an instructional coach, and an associate principal. She prides herself in leading with compassion, joy, flexibility, and focusing in on a positive impact. Thank you, and welcome, Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Principal Ugarte, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Reyes. I am so looking forward to continuing my adventure here in Chula Vista Elementary School District, and here's to a fantastic future at Marshall Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd, Ms. Saren, if you'd like to take a picture with, is that Dad?
It is.
It's up here.
I'm a retired assistant superintendent of Liberty Union High School District.
I know, that's so.
All right, back to business. Report on the results of the California School Dashboard Local Indicators. Ms. Montgomery.
Thank you, President Ugarte. As part of our continuous commitment to improvement and transparency, tonight we will be presenting to you our reflections on our progress with the local indicators. This is in preparation for our submission to the 2025 California School Dashboard. These local indicators allow LEAs to reflect locally on how they are meeting goals in the areas that are not measured by state assessments. At this time, I would like to introduce Cindy Estrada, our coordinator of assessment, accountability, and teacher induction, and she will be sharing with you more about that process and CVESD's reflections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, Dr. Reyes. I feel like I was just here not that long ago reporting on the dashboard, and here we are preparing for a new one, which is exciting. And so tonight I'm here to share our reflection process on the local indicators, which will prepare us for our submission for the 2025 school dashboard. And so just a quick reminder, what are the local indicators? Local indicators are part of the California dashboard, which report on both state and local indicators. And they are measures that are aligned to our LCFF priorities. For the indicators where the state does not collect data centrally, districts and LEAs reflect and report that progress as required by the State Board of Education. These reflections not only meet accountability requirements, but also inform our strategic planning through the LCAP. Thank you. Districts report on LCFF priorities, which are published to the dashboard. There are 10 priorities, and as a district, we report on 5 of them. Priority 1, Priority 2, 3, 6, and 7. On the screen here, you will see how the local indicators are displayed on the California dashboard. The first step in the reflection process is to annually measure progress on each applicable local indicator. This involves collecting relevant data, reflecting on outcomes, and CVESD gathers this information in multiple ways. For example, rigorous learning for all, input sessions, teacher roundtables, through our LCAP survey, our Hanover data, and through educational partner feedback through committees like consultation, DAC, DLAC, and site councils. Currently, we are in step 2 of this process, which requires us to present our reflections for the local indicators as a non-consent item during the same public meeting that the LCAP is adopted. The final step, step 3, is to report the results to the public through the California School Dashboard. Completing these 3 steps ensure that this information is accessible to all educational partners and fulfills the state's public reporting requirements. The upcoming slides will highlight the 5 priorities that CVESD reports to the California School Dashboard. Priority 1 is centered around basic conditions. Each year, to meet the requirement of Priority 1, districts measure their compliance with the Williams settlement to require 100% across all applicable school sites. We monitor to ensure that all teachers are properly credentialed, instructional materials are aligned with state standards, and our facilities meet safety and cleanliness standards. Priority 2 reflects on how districts support educators in implementing California state standards across all content areas. Here are the key highlights from CVESD's reflection on this priority. CVESD has adopted standards-aligned instructional materials and continues to prioritize professional learning that is aligned to the California state standards. This includes training in core subjects like math, ELA with the integration of ELD standards, and rolling out the support for the new math framework. Site-based instructional leadership teams are using data to guide implementation efforts through a common use of a data protocol analysis. Teachers are supported in embedding designated and integrated ELD into core instruction, which is a component of our benchmark ELA-ELD curriculum. Additionally, CVESD identified its implementation status as being in the full implementation phase, with active efforts underway to sustain and deepen that progress. Priority 3 emphasizes how the district builds relationships with families and seeks their input and partners with them in support of student success. The State Board of Education's reflection tool for this priority is grounded in 3 key areas: building relationships between school, staff, and families, building partnerships for student outcomes, and seeking input for decision-making. Our key reflections for Priority 3 are as follows. CVESD maintains ongoing and responsive communication with families through multiple formats. For example, school messenger, newsletters, parent-family conferences, and digital platforms, including social media. Opportunities like CVESD University and resources through our community schools continue to support families as valued partners. These programs provide tools for navigating school systems, understanding academic expectations, and engaging in meaningful dialogue. Parent voice plays an essential role in district decisions. We continue to engage parents in our LCAP input sessions through DAC, DLAC, and site-based councils. Our schools actively work to engage families from diverse backgrounds and languages. Translation and interpretation services are available to help ensure access to engagement opportunities. Through this reflection, CVESD identified its work in this area as full implementation with targeted actions to support sustainability and deepen our impact. Priority 6 is centered around school climate. This priority reflects how students experience school, specifically their sense of safety, connectedness, inclusion, and emotional well-being. CVESD annually administers the Hanover Survey to gather feedback from students, families, and staff about their experiences and perceptions of the school environment. The data collected provides valuable insights into areas such as school safety, student engagement, and overall satisfaction. Survey results are analyzed and used to inform the development of the district's LCAP plan, which outlines goals and actions to enhance school climate and positive student outcomes. Our district is committed to providing supports through multi-tiered systems of support on how to analyze student group level data, as well as how to make data-driven decisions to increase student sense of safety and connection. Our reflection on this priority indicates a status of full implementation with district-wide initiatives supporting positive, equitable school climates where every student feels safe, seen, and supported. Finally, our last priority that we report on is access to a broad course of study. This priority focuses on having access to a well-rounded curriculum that goes beyond the basics. CVESD's award-winning station experiences ensure that every student has the opportunity to identify and explore their strengths and interests and align them with potential careers in the future world of work. With our 2023 DODEA grant, CVESD has implemented STEAM studios at 15 qualifying schools through the Making Way for STEAM Careers project. Additionally, our VAPA program provides all students with inclusive, purposeful, and standards-based arts education. Our LEAD program includes clubs, academies, and sports opportunities where students learn, enrich, aspire, and develop. Additionally, 19 of our district schools offer the dual language immersion program, providing students with enriched educational experiences that promote bilingualism, biliteracy, and cross-cultural understanding. As a result of these findings, CVSD has reflected at the full implementation and sustainability phase, indicating that access is both systemic and embedded across the district. So what's our next steps in terms of preparing for the 2025 dashboard? As we mentioned, these are our reflections of the 24-25 school year for the LCFF priorities that we report on. CVESD will finalize our reflection tool and submit that to MyCDE Connect by the required deadline of August 1st. And this submission is part of our formal reporting for the 2025 school dashboard. And I'm happy to report on behalf of the state that they have actually adjusted their timeline for the dashboard. So usually that is released in December. This year it will be released November 15th, and moving forward it will be released in October. And so we will be able to have that information even sooner. And so with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board questions or comments?
I do. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. I love those presentations. I'm visual, so it really helps me kind of, yeah, thank you. Is there any chance, Dr. Reyes, that these presentations could be emailed to us? So we
Yes,
have
absolutely.
reference to that? It helps me understand the steps that you're going through to get to, you know, the products that we see later.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank
could you
Very
just
clear.
email them to the board?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Oh, priority 6, student safety, and even the other priorities. Those are the priorities, but what do you have in place to ensure that we address them?
So in terms of the report that I just provided, this is to inform you of our reflections of last year. Now we are looking at the data all across the district, teams looking at Hanover data, I know our coordinator, Dr. Ryan Santos, has met with students to gather that street level data as well. And so our teams are working together to really find those actionable next steps, which you will see reflected within our rigorous learning for all plan as well.
I like that, the street.
Street data.
Boots on the ground.
Yes.
The kids. Is there not something that we can do throughout the year that we don't have to wait to the end of the year to find out, that we're addressing as things develop?
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, so could you share, and maybe regarding safety or regarding,
Well, actually, all the priorities
yeah, so
as a general.
can you share some of the action steps that we take throughout and how we monitor the results and adjust to it so we make the right changes, and so we don't wait till the very end to make changes, that we adjust it?
Yes, so in step one of that three-step process, that first step actually is a large window of us looking at data regularly. It's not that we wait to the end of the year
What's
to look at
regularly?
it would be at least quarterly, much more frequently for our department teams as well. We're working very closely with our senior directors that support principals, and they inform us of any specific issues that need direct attention. But really, as one team, we're working as one team across departments to identify needs. And I would also say that we are very collaborative in our efforts and working together to really find solutions and anticipate trends by looking at data, whether that data is academic data through quarterly assessment or working with our school sites. I know that are tracking behavioral data on the playground, that maybe it's a certain time of the day where a certain behavior is showing up. All of those things will be monitored through our multi-tiered systems of support to identify the specific area of need.
And one of the other reasons why I'm making this inquiry is because with the implementation of rigorous learning for all, that requires rigorous more work for all. For all. So I just wanted to acknowledge the intensity of your work that's going to become, or that is already in, that you're already in. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry. I would like to also thank you for the presentation. I love seeing the parent engagement slide. I enjoy it. And I love seeing the work that you guys are doing. I had a question, and I don't know if it's going to be the same answer to Ms. Delia here, but in the objective where we're talking about behavior and engagement with the students, and you kind of just mentioned it, but I wanted to bring it up. This is something that it's constant, and I understand it's constantly evolving, but also we need to be constantly checking and supporting, not only leaving the weight to the psychiatrist or the behavioral specialist, but all we can do to diminish those behaviors.
Thank you.
I just had a quick comment with what Trustee Ramirez said. I like that you said boots on the ground, because I feel like it's very important that it's not just the data that you see on the computer or the responses that you see on the test, but actually engaging with the students, especially the students. I feel like that's so important, because many times as parents, and you hear the adults, but let's hear what the kids have to say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anything? Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
All right, consent calendar. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. The staff has withdrawn, meaning it is no longer on the consent, 11C, subsection L. Consultant American Ice, the vendor is unable to provide the service. The staff has pulled item 11 double S. So the travel is no longer on the consent agenda. You can cross it out. The public has pulled item 11C, subsection C. Is it 11SS? So it's not the travel? What is it? Okay, this one stays. I apologize. 11SS stays. So no? Okay. So item 11S is still on the agenda. I apologize. SS, sorry. SS is still on the agenda, sorry.
So far it's 11C subsection L that staff withdrew.
That's withdrawn, and then the public pulled from the consent to
11CC.
discuss 11CC.
Okay.
And I will now go through and ask each trustee if there's any items they will be pulling. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez?
Yes. I will be pulling the 11B. Do I need to explain like the whole? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then 11C. And I have a few there. Do you want to know the subsection?
Yeah, we need to know
Yes.
the subsection.
Give me 1 second. Have it. I think it's CC as well. I'm trying to find it. Sorry. Here. Okay. I think I left it back there.
Let's see. L.
Okay.
Oh, that's different numbering, you're right, trustee Dominguez.
Yeah.
Where?
No, we're talking about the ones that was already pulled. We're just, as we're waiting for your list.
Yeah. Please keep talking.
So CL
Has a lot of
consultants, right? So
Yes, it's a consultant, so CL.
so C.
Okay.
But you said you guys pulled it.
Yes, because there's a lot of
Withdrew
consultants.
11L, just one.
One item in
That's why I
there.
listed which one it was. Yeah,
Oh,
vendor.
okay.
the
It's
I.
CL, and then I can tell you which ones because I haven't written. Do you want me to go through that?
Just the.
We'll go through it and when we do
Okay,
that. So you're
perfect.
pulling CL?
Yes.
And no other 11C yet? 11C?
No.
Okay.
No. And then after that one, I want to pull 11D, 11E, 11O, 11U, and 11W, 11Y, and 11SS.
SS?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that's
All right.
Yes.
And then trustee Tolston?
I want to pull 11C subsection M, as in
M?
Mike,
Mike, okay.
and 11L.
11 as,
L
like,
as
just
in
the regular
Lima.
L. Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes, excuse me. I'm pulling 11B. Yes,
Okay.
the minutes. 11C, subsection CL, but specifically a consultant.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's it, there, one consultant.
Okay.
11O,
Oh.
which I know we have presentations on, so I would be speaking to it. 11X,
Hold on, I'm trying to do my alphabet. Okay.
I don't have very many. 11SS, that's it.
Trustee Tamayo?
None.
And I have none. All right. Let me just repeat check your, the ones that
Numbers.
are, your numbers. So the public has pulled 11C subsection C. I have 11B by 2 trustees. I have 11CL with consultants for 2 trustees.
Mm-hmm.
11CM,
Mm-hmm.
11D, 11E, 11L, 11O by 2 trustees,
Mm-hmm.
11U,
Two.
11W, 11X,
11Y.
11Y, and 2 trustees pulled 11SS.
Move to approve the consent agenda without those items.
second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Starting with 11B, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
I have on that, I was looking at the recording and I came across in page 888 that it says that, hold on, I'm writing. What page? The information, this is the tape of Mr. Mayo respond that the information is included in the agenda and also was covered during the one-on-one. Mr. Tamayo didn't say that specifically. He said that it should have been covered on the one-on-one. Also on item J mentioned, I speak about how the current budget deficit, and I always keep in mind the fiscal responsibility, and those it's not mentioned. It just says that I had a question, but I made a point to make sure that I'm talking about how I'm making decisions with fiscal responsibility in mind. And I also ask if there will be no more big expenditures related to computers for the next 5 years. And then the superintendent had agreed, and that's not noted anywhere. Also in motion O, I made the same statement, and I purposely continue to say these things because I want, the community to know that why I am making the certain decisions that I'm making or the questions that I am making, that I understand that computers are a necessity for our district, but I also want to make sure that we're fiscally responsible, and if I ask if it's the lowest price available. Those are the ones that I have the question about.
Did you get that?
On page of the minutes, the page 197, under Title 3, the second paragraph. I'll give Ms. Araceli a minute. Yeah. Mr. Pong did not say Title 1 was at greater risk, implying that something else was at great risk. What he did say, he said it has a potential of risk. And this can be heard at the 4th hour, 25-minute mark. Okay. Page 197, the last paragraph. Regarding Title I monies, Ms. Morales stated, and I'm quoting, that they are putting in place for the next year. And she went on to say it has real-time information collaborating with budget and senior directors in the coaching cycle the next year. And that they will be working closely with principals. The statement in here implies that it's been in fact in place or in past tense. This can be heard at the 4th hour and 27 minute. Yes, page 204. Missing is that I made a comment and inquiry about the certificated staff salary schedule. It's been completely omitted. And this can be heard at the 6th hour, 17-minute mark. And pages 212 and 213, because they flow. The event, it's reporting out that, you know how we go to events. It's reporting out that that we were at Macmillan and toured Macmillan. That is not true. It's nowhere even implied in the statements and what's said. The event was in the NPR room, and neither Trustee Ramirez Dominguez nor I toured Macmillan. I got there first, then she got there, and we left at the same time, and it was all in the NPR room. We never toured, and there's no mention in the recording about touring. Page 213, same page. I attended a 2-day Chula Vista PD Community Leadership Workshop. It wasn't it's just as I attended a workshop, But if they're making a point of saying a workshop, it was a 2-day leadership camp. And this can be heard at the 8th hour, 13th minute mark of the meeting video. What I do want to make a statement of is, you can imagine how much time this took me to go find the time. And I know it's taking whoever's doing these minutes probably 10 times more the time to do that. So I can appreciate whoever's trying to do the recording. Thank you, Araceli. I appreciate that. I know it takes a long time and your eyeballs are falling out in your ears and you're trying to, I get it. But when posting these statements, it really makes a difference to me and to the public as to what context and what tense something is happening. I just, either someone needs to relieve Araceli for a little bit so she can go do this, but something has to give, and it can't be what actually happened. Okay? So thank you on that. That's the end for 11B.
Second. Recording secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. All right, 11CC, the public, Claudia Perez Chica. CC.
Hi. My name is Claudia Perez Chica, and this is more of an inquiry. Our CVCEO bylaws have term limits that prevent our current president, Angela Reed, from continuing in her current role and discontinue her leave of absence after this November 2025. So my question is, will the leave of absence you are trying to approve tonight be short-term until November 2025, or will it automatically be afforded to the new Brave classified member who is our president after November? Thank you.
Dr. Reyes.
Dr. Reyes, can you explain
Yes,
the item?
Mr. Romero, can you explain the leave of absence, how that works in regards to union presidents?
Yeah, so we work in conjunction with union presidents, and in this case, we have 2 unions that provide time release for their employees, CVCEO and CVE. We work in conjunction with them to align the request with their providing us the information under their bylaws. So I'll work with Angela Reed to ensure that their bylaws are adhering to the proposed action tonight.
Thank you. 11CM. That was Trustee Tolston.
I have C.
Oh, wait, CL, sorry. I thought I had it marked CL, and Trustee Ramirez Dominguez had a subsection, and then Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. Sorry.
Alrighty. Yes. Where it says, let me find it. There you go. The first point, actually, Adam Silva McNally will perform legal consultant services. And then it continues saying on the bottom of this, there's the next paragraph, and it says ASM will also provide on-site legal services to address legal issues that arise in district day-to-day operations. My question here is, if we keep going down, we have another legal services that we're contracting that are actually more expensive than the 20-hour rate that we're getting from ASM. So can I just get clarification as to why?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Fagan, Fulfried, and Fulfrost later down on the page? Is that the one you're referring?
Yes,
Okay.
me have the other one.
Correct. So the district has contracts with different attorney firms.
Uh-huh.
And many attorney firms deal with, even though they have their wide range of services, we tend to use them for like a specialty. For example, we tend to use, even though we use them for more things, but we tend to use one for special education, another one for maybe personnel or student issues, another one for it could be real estate or finance. So different attorney firms. in this particular case, Adam and Silva, we use, so 1 day a week on Thursdays, he is here all day, and while he's here, he charges us at a much lower rate because he's on site. Yeah, just for 1 day. Okay. But for example, what we do is we try to wait until Thursday, unless it's pressing. Mm-hmm. But if it's not pressing, we wait till Thursday to address the issues, so we get a lower rate.
Okay. And my follow-up question to that was, if the board has legal questions, could we come on a Thursday and ask?
Yeah. Person, what
Do we use separate services,
okay.
and they go through me.
And it goes through the president. So.
Alrighty, making sure.
Can I piggyback on that? I know that Trustee Tamayo and I have raised before about us having access to legal. So does that mean we ask you, hey, can you coordinate somebody so we can go talk? Okay, so text because you're still not getting emails.
I started to get the emails I saw the one Saturday before you texted me.
Okay, thank you.
And then, did you have any other subsections under C?
And I wanted to bring this one up because I saw it and it really brought a smile to my heart and my face. It talks about the Arc of San Diego will provide services building, but not limited to cleaning interior of our district buses. ARC employees include many adults with disabilities who are assigned to the district to clean. And I love to see that we can continue to highlight our adults with disabilities, and the fact that in the school district, I didn't think that we obviously highlight our students with disabilities, but now we actually get to employ adults with disabilities. So this is a great thing, and I just wanted to bring it up to highlight it. I think that the more we highlight the ability of our adults with disabilities, we will just make them more part of our community. So thank you.
And just to comment on that, they do an excellent job.
I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure they're amazing.
An amazing job.
Yeah. I have another one. Beyond Square Learning will provide Brain Balance San Diego, a series of educational parent workshops. Again, I am, my question here is this part of the parent university or the CBE university? I assumed it was. So I also wanted to highlight it. I believe that the more varied the education we can give the parents, the more they'll continue coming. And as we highlighted before, our two parents who are no longer here, but as we were able to highlight them, it just gives me that like great, just a good sense that we're working towards just continue to educate the parent, because we understand that if we educate the parent, we also are helping our children and our community. So I just wanted to bring that one up. I thought it was very interesting, and I hope I can come and assist to those.
Any others under C?
Oh yeah, sorry, just going back to that, just please, Ms. Giovanna, can you make sure that we give ample time to like advertise and make sure that the parents are coming? Because we're actually paying money for it, but I think it's a good investment. Yes, another one. Financial Investment, Inc., a special district financed and admin LLC. It's on page 7, if you want to follow me. Can explain. Can you please explain why they were hired, Mr. Reyes? Dr. Reyes.
So they're in charge of our to do the tax roll services, and they do the developer fee studies, tax roll services for our CFD areas, and so they help us with all the paperwork, all the requirements that are needed as we collect the CFDs.
Can you? Okay, I see it. Okay, here it says that the cost will be paid from community facilities district and or other appropriate district funds. I would like to request that, if at all possible, we can not only say where the funding is coming, but if we can actually, I know this one's like need based, but I've seen it multiple times that we have either we'll have Title I and general fund. Can we have like more specific money amounts or what is going to be attributed? I understand that this one it's need based, so it might be very difficult for this specific one, but I see it constantly, and I wanted to address that as it was brought up. It would be great for transparency and to make our decisions better if we knew exactly how much money we're approving and allocating. One more. Oh no, you already talked about the lawyers. Okay, San Diego Youth Symphony is the Opus Dei. My question here is this an after-school program or a summer camp, or is it a regular? And I can,
Dr. Reyes?
That's the Opus. Ms. Montgomery? Or actually,
Thank you. I'd like
we
to.
have Omar.
Yeah, I'd like to bring
Calleros.
Omar up.
If you would like to talk about our youth symphony.
Sure thing. San Diego Youth Symphony has been providing music classes during the after-school times for the past few years, so we're extending their contract to continue next year.
Okay. Yes, because my next comment was, don't we have BAPA teachers? But if it's an after school, I understand there's a difference. Yeah.
Separate.
Thank you. Yes, that's everything for me.
Yes, page 6 of 10, Capital Advisors Group, LLC. My question is, the cost of service is $5,000, and I can appreciate what they bring to the table. I know before I was on the board, they're the ones that I heard loudly and understood their presentation when they were warning us about upcoming looming budget deficits. That was October 2022, I remember. And what I'm asking here, it says that we also, and any pre-approved travel expenses. Generally speaking, what typically do we pay in travel expenses? Because they're charging $5,000 a month.
So as far as I can recall, we haven't paid for anything for them. No.
Should that be then deleted or
because
something?
because I know when they have come so for example, they're the ones also that did the budget, the county
Right.
budget, and so they do a lot of work for lobbying and fiscal.
Right.
And so as far as I know, unless you know some different, Mr. Prong, we have not paid for any travel for them.
Correct. They haven't requested any travel reimbursement.
So should we not be including this last statement?
Question.
It says as plus. So it
I can
says,
piggyback on yours. Do they charge when we tell them to come here and do a presentation for that travel?
No, they haven't in the past.
Then I guess we can delete it.
delete that last.
Well, it says pre-approved, so we need to approve it.
Right, so it would come before us.
Yeah.
So just seems like a loosey-goosey statement at the end. If we could correct it possibly.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Yes, sir. So can Ms. Brown, can you make the adjustment and then just follow up with him?
And then part of 11C is 11CM, Trustee Tolston.
Yes. There was actually an inquiry by a member of the public about the Music Star funds. And if you could explain a little bit more on that, I think.
I'm sorry. So where are you at? What page?
Sorry, 8 of 10. 8 of 10. There's concern that is a lot of money being allotted where this individual is asking if it could be allotted for other things, or it could be considered.
Music Star.
Music Star. So I just wanted you to explain a little more
Ms.
so they
Calleros,
can
can you
for
explain?
transparency's sake.
Sure, thank you.
To explain to
Can
them
you explain to
where the
and
funds are.
how that, talk about Music Star, but also how that works with Opus.
Correct. Okay, great. So obviously our goal is to expand these experiences for our disaggregated communities and to offer these type of things to our unduplicated students. So Opus has been operating at 4 schools and then offering their services at 2 other schools. So our goal was to expand that experience to other school sites. So with the help of our business department, we're able to submit out an RFP and vet through that process. So now we're going to offer these type of services at 13 different schools. And Opus focused primarily on 4th through 6th grade, but we're going to focus on expanding this from K to 6th grade. So we want to expose kids to music experience, to see if there's any hidden talents there, or just for them to learn and understand that they have access to music.
Okay, thank you so much.
May I piggyback on that? Question, don't go away, Omar.
I won't go away.
So where are these schools? Where are these 13 schools that you're planning or hoping to open?
So there's 13 of them. I don't have them all memorized right now. They are spelled out in the RFP. But the way we looked at the school sites was looking at the highest unduplicated number sites, and those are the school sites that have been added. So we're continuing at the 6 current sites and then added the additional sites. And at the current 6 sites where we have Opus, like I mentioned, they only offer services 4 through 6. So we're expanding it K through 3rd. So if somebody has an RFP that we can, okay.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so the sites are
For Music Star?
for Music Star, Castle Park, Harborside, Loma Verde, Cook, Silver Wing, Valley Vista, Vista Square, Los Altos, Lauterbach, Montgomery, Hillcrest, Otay, and Wolf Canyon. Those are the 13 total sites.
Thank you. Appreciate where they're located.
Any other questions?
These will, sorry.
No,
This would also be after the same as Opus after school programs.
Yes, this is all after school, beyond the bell activities.
Okay. And the expanded learning. And we give them, these students, they will also get the instruments, right?
They'll
To
get
take home.
instruments, instructions, a variety of different instruments as well.
Okay.
And they'll get to take them home. And the experience, yeah.
That's awesome. Can we please be invited when they do showcases?
Absolutely. Well, maybe like after a few practices, you can see that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Move to approve 11C.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Dominguez Cervantes. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11D, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. My question here was for the temporary principles that we will be agreeing to. Is this for a temporary principal, do they come before us, the board, and do questions, or is something that's just decided by our leadership?
Yeah, so, correct. So it doesn't go to the board. So basically, it allows us to cover a school when a principal is going to be absent. I'm not talking about a day. Let's say somebody has a principal has a situation where he or she can't be there for 2 weeks or more, or a week and a half, for an extended period of time, then, we can't have a school without a principal. So it allows us to, and usually we get retired principals. So we just get them, and they're, I don't want to say substitutes, but they're acting principals just to cover until the person comes back, or we replace the person. Or
Yeah, my follow-up question was, do we have like a pool of principals, or is
yes, we have a pool. So we have a pool, and then we usually they're usually the same ones. So we just call them, and sometimes they are retired, most of them. So they have stuff going on in their lives. That's why they're retired. So if they can't make it, then we go to the next one.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Are they usually former district employees, or?
Most of them are former district principals.
And they want to come back. Thank you.
Move to approve 11D.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. Recording Secretary, please call the vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11E, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. Just to consistency, this was also something I addressed last month about again, if we're under an investigation, I believe that we would be better served until the investigation is over if we had like an interim person to be able to, because I don't want us to lose opportunities to create and foster relationships with universities. But I just wanted to expose that maybe other idea to provide another person to give this authority until investigations are over.
This is Dr. Reyes.
So the authorization is for the assistant superintendent of HR to be able to enter into agreements with we get a lot of internships for many different things, internships and practicums from speech pathologists to psychologists to counselors. So this is an ongoing practice that we do to make sure that three things. One is it helps, it supports our schools with more folks. Also, those people that are doing internships, many times once they finish, we're able to contract them and they stay with us. And three, it allows us to vet and get the best qualified employees, train with us and stay with us. So I believe that at this point it would hinder that relationship and the work that we're doing to make sure that we're getting those internships
Yes,
on time.
That's exactly why I understand the importance of having those relationships. But I also understand the fact that if we are having the person that we're giving the authority under investigation, that we should maybe provide another person who could continue to foster those relationships.
So Dr. Reyes, unless I missed something, I don't believe that the assistant superintendent of HR is under investigation, so I move to approve.
I'll second.
Is this a point of discussion?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I know where this might be coming from. There was a statement made from our school district to the Voice of San Diego that one had been initiated. And that really, if that's not true, that needs to be clarified because it's not fair to the assistant superintendent of HR. And it's not fair that, that we continue with that cloud if it's not a true statement.
It was reported out from that it was.
Right.
So it's, and I'm seconding it just because I'm seconding it, and I know that the people who will be hurt the most are the actual student teachers, student nurses, and the people that need the internships because it's very difficult to find spaces for this, for this work. That's why I seconded. But thank you for the clarification. So there is a motion. There's a second. Vote.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
I, with caution that this gets clarified in the public, because if it's not true, it needs to be made that statement.
Thank you.
Aye.
Tamayo, Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1. And we did state that he is. Yes. Okay, that was 11E. Item 11L, Trustee Tolston. L.
Hold on just a second. That was fast.
It's the
I just
way.
had a quick question on that. Let me pull my sheets over here. H-I-J-K-L. Okay. In one of the sections, where did I see it? There's a portion here. Did I get the wrong one? I may have gotten the wrong one.
YMCA?
Yeah, the YMCA, did I get the wrong? Yeah, but there was a portion I'm reading, I might have gotten the wrong letter because I cannot find where I saw that there was a pre-tax and a post-tax, so I may have gotten the wrong item.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think that's
approve.
incorrect.
Move to approve 11L.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. 11O, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. I have a question. I would like to know how long did it take each of the 43 schools to come up with this plan?
Dr. Reyes? Oh, 11O, approved school plan, the SIPSAS.
Oh.
How long?
Miss Lana Perez, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you. And thank you for that question. I have to tell you that the principals work hours and hours, and not just at one time, but throughout the year on the SIPSA, because it is a living document. And it's not that they do this alone. They have input, and they develop this with their school site council. So not only hours inputting the ideas from school site council into the document, but meeting at school site council, going over their budget, going over the goals, discussing and voting on the expenditures and items to help move their students forward. So they work tireless hours. I can't tell you exactly how many, but I know the hours that I spend reading them, is right up there as well. And so I know we all work very hard, and they get a lot of support from our department. And we're very proud of all of our schools for completing their SIPSAs.
Thank you. And since you mentioned the amount of hours it took you to read them, do you, and there's a reason why. I understand that this is a process that has, and that each one of these reports, of the 43 reports, deserve that each one of the members of this board have the time to read it and have the time to appreciate all the hard work that you guys have put into it. But I feel that if the members of this board, specifically me, were given the copy of these reports on Monday at 11:30 midday, that only allows me almost 36 to 40 hours to read all of them. And it takes around an hour to read each one of these papers. So with 43 of them in a huge, very heavy box, it would mean that I would need to have at least 43 hours just to sit and read. And I feel it's a disservice to your hard work and to the ability for us to approve it, knowing that that hard work is being done, that I would like to request that this is tabled to the next school board meeting.
So can you, Ms. Perez, can you explain to the board, can you share with the board why the importance of approving it in June, especially because the ability for them to use the money and spend the money?
Absolutely. And so I do want to say that these plans are approved by the school site council. And the school site council are elected members of the community. And by ed code, they are the first group that approves this, because this plan is for their school site. So there are half of parents and community and half of staff members that provide input into this. So for me, my first thing that I look at is it is approved by their school site council. And so that's that first, rubber stamp. And then my department, we look for compliance. We make sure that every box is checked, everything is crossed, that expenditures are allowable. That is what our expertise is in doing that, so that I can confidently bring these to you saying that they have been checked. Principals get feedback from us, and they many times go back and revise some things. And so we do that hard work. But I do understand that, yes, it is the school board's responsibility to finally approve them. It is critical that at this meeting they are approved so that funds can be released July 1st, so that they can use those Title I funds and LCAP funds to begin the actions that they plan for in their SIPSA. The SIPSAs are living, breathing documents. There is another revision that happens in the fall, and you will be seeing these again in December. And so we're constantly going back and revising, because we need to be responsive to the needs of our students, our schools, and our data. And so I appreciate your comments, but I did want to make sure that I stated that we do check for all of these things to make sure that they are ready to go when we send them to you. Thank you.
It's your, you also pulled it.
Okay. I do appreciate, Trustee Karen, how much time it takes because I also look through them. I had 2 more days than you over the weekend. And by the way, I received 2 copies for Kellogg School, but I did not receive Macmillan. Just if you could send me Macmillan, and I'll bring you the other Kellogg, the other Kellogg School. Of note, though, I know that we're not including the charter schools, right?
So
Because
charter
they have their own board and all of that. right?
correct.
I
Charter
get that.
Yes, charter schools do not write SIPSAs, they write their LCAP.
Right. So on that note, though, on November 21st, when we received the board update with the Title I monies listed out the different schools, the schools that were not listed on there, and there could be a very good reason for it, but there's a reason for me stating there. Jeffers was not on there, Liberty, Marshall, Moroka, Salt Creek. I get Sotomayor because they should only been there a year, but maybe that's a mistake. And Wolf Canyon on that one pager that Mark sent us on that board update in November 21st. Those schools are not listed as receiving Title I monies. There's a connection.
Correct, because
Okay.
they're not Title I schools.
Okay, but out of the above 7 schools, Marshall and Sotomayor are reporting Title I projections on their SPSA. So if they're not Title I schools, why are they going to receive title? That's my question. I want you to
Yeah.
kind of get an idea, and I'll follow with the rest.
So,
Just
so
so-
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
answer, and then I'm
Sure.
going to give it to Lonnie because just to make sure I'm right.
Sure.
So they're not getting money this year, but they're projected. So they might have received the 35% or 40%. Correct.
At the last school board meeting, the board approved for these 2
Mhm.
schools to go school-wide for Title I because they did meet the qualification for targeted, and the school board approved them to
Right.
go school-wide.
And
So
you-
they plan for next year,
Correct.
and so this
For-
is
at
their
40%?
They are projected under their percentage, and perhaps Mr. Pong can answer that a little bit better than I can. But what happens is if a school is 35 to 40%, they qualify for targeted support. But as we've explained in board meetings before, targeted support is very difficult because then you have to document which student, and the school-wide gives more
Right.
flexibility. And so the school-wide, they still get the amount allocated according to their number of students and percentage.
So for example, Sotomayor is a very good example. It's the first year, so because they didn't have students before, they wouldn't qualify
Right.
because they have no students. So this year, they actually qualified for targeted, which is between 35 and 40. The board approved them to be school-wide.
I'm with you.
Projected.
I'm with you on it, except for there's a couple of schools that we identified that were in the high 20s, which is why the confusion. Am I going, okay, I thought it was 40, I get it if we got some wiggle room, rightfully so. Everything doesn't have to be, sometimes not black and white, there's those other variables. But just so that you understand, when I'm looking at this, that's what I'm seeing. Okay, the other 5 schools, okay, here's, so the other 5 schools, meaning Jeffers, Liberty, Moroka, Salt Creek, and Wolf Canyon, they do not include Title I funds on their budget summary page of their, do you call it, how do you say it, just SIPSA? Thank you, I'm trying to look
We
for
call
that
it a
vowel.
SIPSA, yeah.
I was trying to look for that vowel on their budget summary page of their SIPSA, but they do have low-income children. So I'm just making these statements for follow-up,
Yeah,
please.
but they haven't reached the
That
35.
other, but that, right, but that's my point, that you have other schools that have a lower percentage than these schools that are higher. I just wanted us to double-check that.
Okay.
Please. And then the schools reporting Title I projections on their SIPSAs, on that page, they do not report any carryover dollar amount, except for Kellogg. Kellogg reports carryover dollar amount. So is that Kellogg's typo, or should they not have reported it, or do they know what their Title I projection dollar is, which in this would change their total budget that they had, and all of the SIPSAs, with the exception of Kellogg's, would need to be updated.
So,
Let me go back to the first question.
Yeah, can you share regarding Soul Creek, Liberty, Wolf Canyon, Jeffers, Muraoka?
So yes,
how-
to
how
my
they have to-
knowledge, there aren't any schools that have greater percentages that are not Title I than schools that are already Title I. In fact, I got my recent spreadsheet from Mr. Pong, and I checked all of those. And so we would be watching those schools that drop below 30%.
I'll share whatever the schools that I have, I'll send over to you. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
then-
And on the SIPSA, excuse me, the
Carryover.
The carryover?
Yes, you're right. I'll have to look at that particular one. In my department, we kind of divide up all of the SIPSs to read. And so I'll look at that particular one, but we do not plan for Title I carryover. We plan for LCAP carryover, but not for Title I carryover. We try to minimize the amount of carryover, and those amounts are not given to principals until the fall of the next school year. But I'll definitely take a look at that one. And perhaps there was, some sort of, they do these little drop-down bars, and sometimes they put carryover when it's really supposed to be just Title I. So I'll take a look at that one.
So on that note, though, I thought I heard you earlier say that we needed the LCAP approved to release the Title I money in July, but right now you're saying that the money is going to be released in fall?
No, so the LCAP does not have Title I. So it is the Title I funds
I meant
that are
SIPSA, excuse me.
correct, and this is for their projected 25-26. Their 25-26 allocation does not include carryover.
So it's for the projected 25-26 allocation for schools to be able to use starting July 1st.
I'll ask for your tolerance. I still can't reconcile the two statements that not that I'm leaning towards not approving it, no. But what I'm saying is what I heard was that it needed to be approved so that the monies could be released in July. And right now I think I'm hearing fall. Am I hearing two different things, or am I hearing apples and oranges, or?
I can clarify, and then Mr. Pong can, help me out a little bit here. So when I talk about fall, I'm talking about carryover.
Okay.
So there's Title I allocation, and then there's carryover. The 25-26 allocation is a set amount that principals get. This is your budget, plan for it. But if they say, but I think I have $20,000 carryover, no, don't spend that yet. We need to wait. So do not spend your carryover, do not plan for it. And Mr. Pong can
clarify.
Is that enough?
Yes,
okay.
you buzzed it.
Okay,
Thank
there you go. You got it.
Thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
Was that all for that?
That's it.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez.
I approve, but I will kindly request that we're given ample time to review. I trust that you guys do a great process, but also we would like to have eyes and be able to make the most educated decision. So I approve. Aye.
Tolston.
Yes.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes.
Tamayo.
Yes.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. 11U, I believe, was Trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
So I wanted to start by commending our superintendent for making the change and to incorporate it in case of construction bids or computer bids to provide us with the competitive prices to show us how you are choosing to bring forward the most cost-effective option. The problem in this case is that we're talking about feeding our children. We're talking about nourishment and not just the cheapest option. I recommend that a new table is created to show calories, sugars, and carbs these breads have. Let's focus on what would be the most nutritious option for our students, especially because we are in the middle of a behavioral issue uproar. We are giving our children, we're pumping them full of sugar, and then we're asking them to sit still. And we want to make sure that we're providing them the food that they need in order to be able to concentrate and learn properly. this is why I've been so adamant about being fiscally responsible, because I do understand that having a healthier option might not be the cheapest option, but if we're fiscally responsible in other areas, we can make sure that we're providing our children not just food, but nourishment.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. 11W, trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
And it's the same. Obviously, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be giving our children milk or cheese, but juice. It's, again, we should be looking at more nutritional options for our students to have, especially because I know that most of our schools do recess first, then lunch, and then go sit down. So, and go try to get something out of instruction, you know? So again, we need to make the link between high sugar content and behavioral issues. We wanna again be nutritionally conscious in these areas. So that was my discussion moment.
May I?
Thank you. Yeah.
So with trustee Karen pulling and identifying these items, does this mean what are we going to do about that? Are we going to look for these other better choices?
Dr. Reyes.
Yeah, Mr. Pang, could you share with the board a couple of things? One is when we do the RFPs, who qualifies to put in a bid? And then what are the standards that they need to follow?
So when we go out to bid, these are public bids where we send them out to vendors, and they're also posted in business journals and in the newspaper. And so there are very strict guidelines for the breakfast program and National School Lunch Program. There's a whole, we have dietitians actually on staff that help to plan out the daily meals and the weekly meals. So they look at all the nutrition information throughout the week and actually a whole calendar. So we have to meet very strict guidelines for the meals, which include whole wheat, and the state or the USDA is also implementing sugar guidelines, so those will be coming in also.
And do we meet all the guidelines?
Yes, we do.
You say we're getting new sugar guidelines?
And I am excited about the new sugar guidelines coming in from the
Yeah.
USDA, because that means we'll have better food. But until then, I believe that we should not only be meeting the most level, but we should strive for doing better. I know that that is something this school district is proud of, doing the best we can. So just meeting the limit, it's not good enough.
Move to approve.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Nay.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 4-1. Item 11X, trustee Tolston.
That was me.
Oh, that was trustee Dominguez, sorry.
Yes. Approve renewal of customer agreement with Frontline Technologies. A few months ago, I asked about how substitutes were informed when there was a vacancy so that they could, jump in and record it. And at that time, I shared that there was some kind of app that this one substitute had said that she didn't have at the time knowledge of. And therefore, she had thought, well, all the teachers are showing up now, I guess. But she found out through another substitute that there was this little app. At the time, it wasn't made public because we didn't know, I suppose. But afterwards, I spoke with, I know Mr. Pong was there and maybe Mr. Romero, and one of you recalled that there was some kind of a little app out there. Could you clarify on that, and do all substitutes
Dr.
have
Ray?
access to that?
Yeah, so it's actually an app, and they have more information, but it's actually an app that we don't support the app because the substitutes need to pay a fee. It's a very small fee, but they need to pay a fee, and it's part of so it's not part of our how we do business, but they have the option of going that way, and they actually, it's almost like they get called beforehand, right? Or
They get this fast.
correct.
But we have to give them access to it, right? Don't we have to give them permission?
No, they subscribe, and they pay a fee.
But don't we own the data? Don't we own the information? We would have to allow someone access to, it's our teachers recording or
Yeah, but it doesn't go through us. It does not go through us.
maybe we can get some
Ms.
clarification.
Romero?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dominguez Cervantes. There's not just one app, there's multiple apps that are available for employees to purchase through a third party. What they do is they collect all of the data that's available for multiple school sites. So a substitute teacher can pay $5 a month for the app, and then they can click which school districts they work for, and then this app provides them access to when those sub positions get posted. So it's not any sooner than they're notified through the district, but it provides them a breadth of options in real time. So in a sense, it does give them more availability of these assignments.
It's sounding like an interface, just kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just do our staff, do our teachers know, and our instructional aides know? Is this
So-
just for certificated or
So
classified?
it's not, it's for all of our staff that's managed under Frontline. One of the things that we still have, and now that you're bringing this up, it'll be a great opportunity for us to go into maybe a little training for our teachers. Teachers have a priority to select their preferred substitutes, right? So they can create a list of their top, let's just say 3. So they can create, and the system will call out those 3 before they call out anyone else. So our teachers, most of our teachers are very familiar with Frontline, which used to be called ASOP. They've been using it for years. But one of the things that we've been looking at is how to provide a better experience. We have the best substitute fill rates in the county. No one has higher substitute fill rates than Chula Vista Elementary School District, the 42 districts. So we're doing something right, but we also want to make sure that our employees, our substitutes, get work. So we're kind of trying to balance that all the time. But I think providing our teachers with maybe a small training on how to prioritize their substitutes will come in handy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second. Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. 11Y, trustee Ramirez Dominguez.
Yes. I read it and the details that I got, I read it online, and at the bottom of our online page in section 2, right at the end, it says, in compliance with Article 13, yes, Section 36E of the California Constitution, the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District has determined to spend the monies received from the Education Protection Account as provided in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein by this reference. Exhibit A is nowhere to be found. Can you please provide us with
Dr.
Exhibit A?
Reyes.
I couldn't find it either.
So are you talking about the actual resolution?
About where the money and how it's been spending. That's why I read it, because it says that the district has determined to spend the monies received,
Okay.
and it's provided by Exhibit A, and it's not there.
So Exhibit A is the actual resolution, right, Mr. Pong?
I don't think so.
No, I apologize. It's for some reason it's not on here, but I do have it in front of me. So it just shows the amount that we received through the Education Protection Account, and it's $35,694,987 that we receive in revenue through this account.
Why don't we take a break right now, then we can provide copies to us and then some on for the public, and then we can come back and vote on this? And so we'll take a 10-minute break for that.
And Mr. Punk, also may make copies for the public in case they're interested.
During the break, Exhibit A was provided to the board and photocopied for the public so that they could review and we can make a decision on this item. Are there any further questions after looking at Exhibit A, Trustee Ramirez Dominguez?
So basically, as I look at it, all of our funding is going to our local controller funding sources, and that is what it's like explained through in the bottom, right?
Mr. Brown?
Correct. So on the top portion, it shows that we're receiving about 35.7 million in revenue from the education protection account, and we use all of those funds on instruction, on our instructional programs.
Your question.
Mm-hmm.
Question. President Ugarte, the addition of this missing Exhibit A, does that meet the requirement of it having been posted by Sunday at 4 p.m.?
Dr. Reyes?
Mr. Brown? Does it, the attachment, so I know the agenda item is here, but do we need to have all the agenda, all the attachments included?
Well, this one was not attached on there, but we're adding it as an exhibit now.
Did the question I think is does it need to be posted if the agenda item is posted, does the exhibit also need to be posted in order for us to vote on this item?
Yeah, so I don't have the answer for that. I don't believe it does, but I don't have the answer for that.
So my understanding is that as long as the item is posted as an agenda item, because the board can modify an item through motions, and most of the item is here except for the Exhibit A, which is the amount, right? We can consider this. The public can surely protest the action, but we surely can consider this.
And it's not an expenditure, it's just letting us know that this is what we have in LCFF funding sources, right?
Right.
Not an expenditure, we're not meeting money. We're
Not spending money
With this item.
with this item, yeah. Any other questions?
So we're hearing that it's an informational.
It's informational to let us know how much is in the LCFF funding source.
The attachment is informational.
Uh-huh. We vote on adopting it so that we can have the money to spend, but we aren't actually spending it. It's the information of how much money we have for LCFF. Does that make sense?
Well, then that means we're authorizing
The use.
the use
use.
of it, which is spending.
And what's the implication, Mr. Pong, if we don't vote on this item?
We can bring it back to the next meeting.
Let's do that. Can we table that? Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Oh, go for it.
Who was first?
Me. I was first.
Recording secretary?
Ramirez Dominguez.
To table it? Yes, I.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0 to table. 11SS. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez?
I have two questions regarding this. So, and I know it's happened before, I just wanted to know what happens if an event is passed? So it's retroactive. I understand it's retroactive, but in the case that this board would have voted not to approve a retroactive expense, I want to know what happens.
Yeah, so, correct. So the ratification. So let's say there's an expenditure that is, or an event. Let's say somebody attends an event and it wasn't pre-approved, then we would bring it up here to be ratified. if the board votes not to ratify, then the person going would be responsible
But
to
if
pay
the
for that.
person already went,
Correct. Then
so they would have to pay.
They would have to pay.
Okay, I just wanted to know. My second question, or my second comment in this, I see that there are two traveling for our superintendent. And in the interest of fiscal responsibility, and because I think that leaders should lead by example, I would vote not to approve those two travel, scheduled traveled for our superintendent.
And then trustee Dominguez, you also pulled this item?
Yes, in fairness to, and no disrespect to anyone, but in fairness to trustee Tolston, I think, I don't know if she was informed or not, and she's new. And it's not fair to make her pay for it because she doesn't know, and the fact that it hasn't been here as long as me, 2 years, right? That's not very long. But it's not fair that it wouldn't be paid. But I would motion that we do pay it, but in future, explain to us what the implications are if it wasn't pre-approved already on something. But I do have a question on the second one. The State of the City address, why did she have to pay $20? I mean, it was free.
Parking.
Parking.
I was informed that we can get parking reimbursed.
Oh, well, no, I didn't know why they were charging you. But okay, well, don't have a problem with that. But Dr. Reyes, unless you can share with us how critical it is that you travel on these trips in the interest of, and no disrespect to you, sir, but like for the Casa Institute, $12.79, it's local, and the registration is $750. Is the difference for what?
Yeah, so I can do the following for the CALSA Institute because so the CALSA Institute, as you know, I'm a member of the California Association of Latino Superintendents and Administrators, and I'm actually, and this is for the CALSA has a summer institute for California, and it's going to be here in San Diego, and I'm actually they asked me to be one of the person who's going to be opening the event. So I will be attending to.
You're hosting?
I'm not hosting, but I'm opening the event.
Okay.
Speaking at the event, and it is, and then I'll be representing the district for those 3 days. It's a 3-day event. I'll be honest with you, I didn't want to ask him to sponsor it for me because I prefer, if I'm representing the district, I believe that I should be, the district should can pay for it since I'm representing the district. I'm not doing it on my own. The other one, the one in the leading, this is the one that you approved, that the board approved last year, and it's a cohort of superintendents throughout. It's about 25 superintendents in the country that got selected to be part of this cohort, where they look at it's different. They do, for example, strategic communication strategies. They talk about fiscal, how to do fiscal strategies for districts. You work with the strategic advisors regarding different political situations that districts are going through, and you get the opportunity to meet and work with other superintendents throughout the districts. It was a 1 year program, and this is the end of it. So the first part was the one that I can't remember where it was, but it was somewhere else. That was the first, where was it?
I think you were Chicago.
Chicago, that's right. Chicago, and then for the whole year, it was through a Zoom all the trainings and all the workshops and all the work that I did with the superintendents, and this is the closing.
One more question. The CALSA, we pay like a membership fee? We pay something?
Yeah, it's a membership
Okay.
fee for
Well,
individuals.
My recommendation is that they pay for it,
Okay.
because we pay membership already, so you're already a member. You should be able to go without paying. And the Washington DC trip, obviously this is a vote, I'm just voicing my opinion. Okay, the Washington DC one, only because it's the last half of the cohort, but I just, especially you know how tight we are. And Ms. Tolston, just so you know, for 2.5 years, the rest of the board has been dealing with me on like, I don't think you should get one. You know, that's what I've been doing, so it's nothing personal. Yeah, and you didn't know, so that's important that you know. But I would move, if the president would entertain, that for the CALSA, that we pull that, and Dr. Reyes asked CALSA, since he is a member, that they pay it, and the Washington DC trip be approved cautiously and with, it's like one of those expenses that you don't want to pay, but you feel like you have to.
And just, I think you know the board that if you look at my travels, they're very limited.
Yes.
And I don't know how much you've seen other superintendents throughout the district, throughout the county, or throughout California. They go to a lot of places, and I'm very cautious for two reasons. One, the expenditure, but the other one is I want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very cautious on where I go. And
I understand.
yeah.
I want to just chime in a little bit on that. It's kind of like, I look at it as CTA. I'm a member of CTA. I pay dues for CTA, but we have a summer institute, and there is an enrollment fee, and there's a fee for going and registration fee, and so I have to pay that fee in order to participate in their summer institute. And I think that's what this looks like to me, is that even though you're a member, you still have to pay the fee in order to participate in the institute. Otherwise, they're not going to allow you to go to the institute. I mean, for me, I know there's grants, but
he said that they offered to pay it.
Well, no. I said I could have asked him to see if they could have, at least for the first day, because the first day I'm speaking. The first day I'm speaking,
It would be
not
more similar to
not the other days. Just the first day I'm speaking.
It would be similar to
I understand.
CSBA. So for boards, we have the California School Board Association. We used to pay a membership for that. And then to attend their conference, we had to pay for the conference, right? And we normally used to pay for that.
Until I came along, and we didn't.
And we decided that we shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, similar to that, right? But again, what I'm saying here is that the board approved for the district to be member of CALSA, for the superintendent to have professional development. I think that he's also entitled to that. I think if we want to make the new policy of moving forward to limit the amount of travel, I think that's something that I would be comfortable with. But I mean, this is in 15 days.
Mm-hmm.
So a quick comment. So if anything, maybe moving forward, maybe we can see if we can get a discount with CALSA.
Yeah, I can do
if
that.
you participate.
Yeah. Right.
But
Yeah, and like I said before, I hardly ever travel. Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand. I just want us to keep that.
Thank
that
you
awareness.
for bringing it forward.
as long as there's no conflict of interest.
With that, I'm going to move to approve SS.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez.
If with, well, I don't know if we're gonna move forward. I didn't understand that part. Like, it was like we agreed to this, but are we agreeing that moving forward we will have more limitations to traveling? Is that what we're all agreeing to? Okay. Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Public hearing. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. We're going to conduct a public hearing to receive input on the initial collective negotiations proposal from the Chula Vista Elementary School District to the Administrators Association Chula Vista for the 25-26 school year, and conduct the public hearing to receive input on the initial collective negotiations proposal from AACV to CVESD for the 25-26 school year, and adopt collective negotiations proposal from the CVESD to AACV for the 25-26 school year. Mr. Romero.
Thank you. As part of our requirements for negotiating, the public is required to have knowledge of the items that we will be negotiating. This doesn't exclude the opportunity for labor groups or the district to bring forward additional items. If that were to happen, we would need to re-sunshine and bring these items forward. But this is a process that we go through under our collective bargaining agreements and under the Equal Employment Act.
Thank you. I am now opening the public hearing. Is anyone wishing to speak? Seeing no one, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an action item. I will second.
Ramirez Dominguez.
We are approving, sorry, that we're going to do negotiations? Yes?
That we're going into
Okay,
negotiations.
aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes. Tamayo. Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. We'll now conduct a public hearing to receive the input on initial collective negotiations proposal from the Chula Vista Elementary School District to the Chula Vista Classified Employee Organization, CVCEO, for the 25-26 school year. We'll conduct the public hearing to receive input on the initial collective negotiations proposal from CVCEO to CVESD for the 25-26 school year, and adopt collective negotiations proposal from the CVESD to CVCEO for the 25-26 school year. Mr. Romero.
President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and governing board and community. This is the same item that we just spoke about. Our requirements are to sunshine, and so we are sunshining our negotiation items that we will be negotiating with our Chula Vista classified employees.
I am now opening the public hearing.
There are no speakers.
Seeing that there are no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing. This is an information item. Is there a motion to adopt?
I second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Tolston.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Tolston. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Conduct a public hearing to perform specified services for the period of June 12, 2025 through September 15, 2025, and adopt a resolution regarding short-term classified employees. Mr. Romero.
Yes, thank you. In our agreement with our classified union and under rights and regulations as it applies to hiring temporary employees, we're required to bring forward to the board anytime the district intends to use employees for a shorter amount of time than full-time. So this is a resolution to allow a few of our busiest schools at the beginning of the year to bring in, for all intents and purposes, a temporary employee for a few weeks just to make sure that we're able to address all of the incoming new students. for our schools. So this is impacting 3 schools.
May I?
Yes.
Am I are we in the reading difficulties risk? No.
No. We're on, we're item D, which is the public hearing.
I wasn't understanding. I'm good.
Okay. I am now opening the public hearing.
There are no speakers.
Seeing no speakers, I am now closing the public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Okay, so when we adopted the agenda, we agreed that after the public hearing, we would move to 13E, which is Administrative Action E, and that is to receive an annual report of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Independent Citizens Oversight Committee and receive and file 2324 measure, is it VV or is it W? Because it's close, I can't, VV, okay. And measure M, Building Fund General Obligation Bond, Financial and Compliance Audits. Mr. Pong?
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight we have for your review and acceptance the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee's report from the 24-25 school year. We have Ms. Jade Batista here to present. She's our parent representative and the co-chair of the committee.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening. Board President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and community members, I'm here today on behalf of the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee to present the 2024-2025 annual report for general obligations bond measures VV, M, and AA. Oh, I have a clicky. Alrighty. I'm going to try to talk slower since I don't have 3 minutes. Usually. I want to recognize the 8 members of the ICOC committee. I am one of the parent representatives and the vice chair this year, but these are representatives from various communities, the Taxpayers Association, parent community, community at large representatives, and senior citizens community. So this is a group of voluntary members appointed by the board, and our work is to provide oversight on the bond measures program. Our oversight scope is on 3 current bond measures. Measure VV, approved in 2018 for $150 million. Measure M, approved by voters in 2020 for $300 million. And Measure AA, approved by voters in 2024 for $360 million. The ICOC is required by statute to report compliance of the measures to ensure the following: that the bond funds are expended for construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities, or the acquisition or lease of real property for school facilities, that no bonds are used for any teacher or administrative salaries or operating expenditures, to report and review the annual independent financial and annual performance audits, and then to do this presentation here today to make the annual report to the board. So how do we ensure we meet our responsibilities? We have quarterly meetings throughout the year. And some of the next few slides will highlight some of the objectives we covered in each meeting. All of the documents we review and all of the meeting minutes are posted online on the district's website. So that includes any questions we've asked throughout the meeting. So everything's pretty open and transparent, and they are public meetings. So in September, we elected the chair and vice chair. We also reviewed, Mr. Pong provided us the status of Measure VV and Measure M projects. And we also were provided information on Measure AA, since it would be on the ballot that upcoming November. In December, we reviewed the status of the bond measure programs as well. And then in March, this was more robust meeting. We reviewed the current status of the Measure VV and Measure M bond projects. We discussed this at annual report to CVSD. We also reviewed the audits at that time, and we approved the audits at that time as well. And then we Mr. Pong and the district team provided us a needs assessment, and that was reviewed during that meeting as well. And in the May meeting was pretty robust too. We actually did a pre-construction site walk of the Valley Lindo Elementary Modernization Project. So we're really excited to see that come to fruition, and you'll see it on some slides in a little bit. Okay, so this slide is the tentative issuances scheduled versus what was authorized for Measure VV and Measure M. Under Measure VV, we have 150 million authorized, and we have issued 100 million so far in Series A. And then in Measure M, we have 300 million authorized. We have issued, the district has issued 112.5 between Series A, 112.5 million between Series A and Series B. And then the tentative schedule for Measure AA is still in development. This is a summary of the ballot language for Measure VV that was passed in 2018. So it details what the 150 million of bonds should be used for. So this is for security, technology, and energy efficiency and aging system improvements, as well as repairs, construct, equip classrooms and educational facilities, and reduce overcrowding. There was 55% voter approval, or 55% voter approval was required, and the district received 67.75 voter approval. So this slide here details Measure VV Series A issuance, which was used to pay the 60 million bond anticipation note issued in 2019, and then the remaining used for additional district projects. Detailed on this slide is the summary of expenditures of Measure VV. The current projects on here were or I guess the biggest one was the Maxwell Transportation Center, which you had a grand opening for at the beginning of the school year. And then there is also in projects in progress are security systems and playground renovation projects that would entail this Series A 60 million bond anticipation note. And then detailed on this slide is a summary of expenditures for Measure VV. Completed at the top is the bond anticipation note that I just went over, and then projects in progress and planning are highlighted below. The current project, I guess right now, these are all future projects underneath here, except for the board approved in January 2025, the HVAC replacement and roof renovation project at Tiffany's. This is a summary of the ballot language for Measure M that was passed in 2020. It details that the 300 million of bonds should be only used for repair and upgrades to educational facilities, classrooms throughout the districts, as well as district-wide solar installation and staff housing project. 55% voter approval was required, and we received 55.42%. So this slide is a summary of expenditures of Measure M Series A, for which 50 million was issued. Most of the projects have been completed between 2020 and 2024, and it focused on solar and HVAC projects. The remaining 7.3 million that you see here is reserved for the Valley Lindo School Modernization Project. And I could slow down if you guys need to see the slide longer. And then this slide here this here was the 62 million that was issued in 2023. And most of the anticipated projects are in the planning phase, and with the ROAR, HVAC, and roof renovation likely moving forward with the bidding process later this summer. This slide was put together by the district on behalf of the ICOC committee, and it summarizes the list of expenditures between bond measures BV and Measure M and what phase they are in for the 2025 and 2024 school year. Approximately Measure V and Measure M and Measure VV total about 5 million in expenditures. And as you can see here, a majority of the funds were spent on the Maxwell Transportation Center. And this is a summary of the ballot measure that was just passed, Measure AA. It was passed in November of 2024. It details that $360 million of bonds should be used only for repair and upgrades to educational facilities and classrooms throughout the district. It received a 61.72 voter approval, and it required the 55%, at least a 55%. Here are some pictures of Tiffany's HVAC and renovation project. And some really cool security cameras at different schools as well. We also took some pictures at our pre-construction walk at Valley Lindo, but no one seems to remember who actually took the pictures, and so they didn't make the cut for this presentation. And then every year, the committee reviews and approves an independent performance and financial audit prepared by a third party, which is the Wilkinson Hadley King Company. The district received an unmodified clean opinion with no audit findings, which is the best opinion possible. And we also reviewed the performance audit, which complied with the Prop 39 requirements, and Measure VV and Measure M ballot measure requirements as well. The ICOC committee reviewed and approved this 2023-2024 audit report at its March 12, 2025 meeting. Based on the information provided to us by the district and independent auditors to the ICOC, the committee concludes that the expenditures in Measure VV and Measure M follow the requirements of the California Constitution. In summary, the committee feels that all the bond expenditures have complied with the ballot language and no bonds have been used for teacher or admin salaries or operating expenditures, and that the ICOC reviewed and approved the annual independent performance audit and annual finance audit for this year. Finally, I would like to thank and recognize the district staff that attended these meetings and spent their evenings with us. They prepared the relevant documents, they prepared the agendas, they answered endless number of questions from the committee members as well. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent Mark Pong, Lisa Brannon, the facilities team, including Mr. Silva, Ms. Esmeralda, and the Balfour Beauty team that would attend the meetings as well. So opening it up for questions that I'll probably direct to Superintendent Mark Pong.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. We have one speaker, Berta Lopez.
I thought you were going to take questions from the board first.
No, we actually have to do in order that it's the public and then it's the board.
Okay, let my phone reboot.
Is it rebooting? Okay.
Yes, it'll be.
I'll give you.
Don't start the time,
I won't.
please. That's why I kept going in and out because my phone was not charging. It's been busy. Hold on. It's coming, it's coming. It's coming.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's almost here. There it is.
There you go.
Thank you so much for being so patient. It's no secret, I went ahead and when the bond measure came up in November of this past year, I went ahead and I opposed the bond, mainly because the district did not have a set plan as how they were gonna spend the money. So, and I own 2 houses in Chula Vista, which I pay major money for both houses in taxes. And you know, as a teacher, of course, I want to make sure that the schools are in very good condition. But we pay a lot of money for Sweetwater. We pay a lot of money for Chula Vista. However, Chula Vista and also Sweetwater were not in the right track. So what I'm going to do is just read to you. I came to the meeting on May 7th, and I think the committee was very surprised to see anybody there. But I'm just going to go ahead and read what I said. Good evening, committee members. As a parent and taxpayers, I'm deeply concerned about the lack of transparency and apparent delays related to Measure M, our $300 million bond approved by voters in 2020. This bond was supposed to support critical projects like staff housing and early childhood education facilities. 4 years later,
we have very few details and very little visible progress. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee should be requesting building plans, especially regarding the proposed staff housing. As far as I know, the committee hasn't received sufficient information. I've also heard concerns that grading on the new projects is now a full year behind schedule. In addition, there are troubling reports that the district missed a key deadline to order the HVAC equipment, delaying needed upgrades that were supposed to be completed during the summer. What happened to the vision we were promised with Measure M? Please look into these issues and share a clear project timeline and demand that bond funds are being managed responsibly. Our students, staff, and community deserve accountability. Thank you. And I'm just asking for a clear vision. That's all I'm asking. And I know that all the committee members that were there were even surprised because they kept telling me, we are also hearing you, Ms. Lopez. However, we have not been receiving that information. So we just need to be a little bit more transparent and communicative, not only to the committee, but to everyone of all of us. And I'm sure those of you that live here, you pay a lot of taxes, just like I do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board questions or comments?
So I have technical questions. In Measure M, it says not exceeding 25-year amortization. What does that mean?
Dr. Reyes?
So when you amortize, it means that you're paying it off. So not to exceed 25 years.
To pay it all off. And then the following says no capital appreciation bond.
Okay. Mr. Pong?
Capital appreciation bonds are when you borrow against the future growth of your property taxes. That it has to do with the future growth of your property tax.
Okay. Then I also had for the playground renovation bond, it was not that bond, but there was a bond that talked about playgrounds and updating. Are we using that money for what we're doing right now?
Yes.
That's the money that we're allocating to that. Okay.
I just have a quick comment. I have just a quick comment for you, Ms. Bautista. Thank you again for your dedication. And again, I think this is a reflection of parent involvement once again. Hopefully more parents will follow the lead, and as we've been saying, parent involvement has just been great. So thank you for your presentation. I know it takes a long time and a lot of dedication for you to take the time to do this. Thank you.
And it takes a lot to stand in that podium. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't mention that, but thank you so much. Sorry, I jumped.
I have a few questions. So the needs are prioritized. Am I supposed to be directing over there?
You can, yeah, they
Okay.
can, and she can.
Okay. So how are these needs prioritized? Who decides?
So the district provided us a needs assessment that is on the ICOC website. And the prioritization, I'm going to defer that to Mr. Pong. I know that was something that the district was working on providing to the committee as well. Mr. Pong?
Right, that's something that the facilities team and I are working on right now to bring a multi-year plan of what are the next projects that we'll be doing after this Fire Linda modernization.
How far are you into this?
We're in the process of finalizing the budgets per school site and what's it called, the facility index number? Yeah, facility condition index to help us prioritize which schools will be next.
Yeah, can you ask him to speak to it?
Oh, yes.
Do you want
I'll
to speak into
present
it?
Mr.
Yeah.
Silva. He's
Mr. Silva, yes.
our interim
Yes.
director of facilities maintenance and planning.
Thank you very much, President Ugarte, members of the board. I'm Tom Silva. I'm the one that was brought in on an interim basis back in March. And that is something Mark and I talked a lot about, and that is to take the current plan and some other things in progress and put down a logical methodical sequencing, not just for this summer, for next summer and the next summer. So the board and the staff have done a really wonderful job at preparing a facilities needs assessment that some other consultants and architectural firm did. And that's a really good snapshot of where things are. We're taking that to the next level to say, looking at that, looking at the cost of all the work that needs to be done, the reconstruction cost, dividing that cost by what it would cost to replace the complete building, you get a certain ratio. And where that ratio fits determines what the condition of the facility is. On a practical level, it's basically don't throw good money away from bad. So if you're a certain percentage or lower and it's good, you just keep on maintaining. If you get another higher percentage of, say, 10 to 15% to 25, that means start considering major maintenance, things or repairs that will last 20, 25 years, but not have to worry about tearing down the building. Anything 50% above that ratio of 50% or more means basically consider tearing down the whole thing and starting over. That's what this Facilities Condition Index does. So by taking that whole needs analysis that was done and correlating that to different things like the FCI index, as well as when was it last modernized and when is it coming due for more modernization money. And we need that part because that helps us leverage dollars from other places, state bonds and so forth. We're doing that right now. And to be honest with you, we are pretty close to about maybe 75, 80%. We've got the things done. It's now internally being reviewed by Mark and I and the maintenance and warehouse people, so we can really pull together a comprehensive plan that we're all walking on the same page before we bring it to cabinet to see where it goes from there. So I think it's going to be going pretty good. I'm excited, but it's a nerdy thing, so.
So that's something that'll be reported out? Okay.
Oh, yes.
And I've got a few more questions. Oh, so we didn't spend that much money this fiscal school year. Do we have a reason?
Mark?
So these were the projects that were in place at the time. So since I've come on board, you know, we've implemented more projects, so we'll be seeing more expenditures next year because we have a modernization that we're working on right now. Also, this is only through April 30th, so we still have 2 months of expenditures to close out, or sorry, 2 months of expenditures to close out still. So we can provide more information at our unaudited actuals that show, because we have projects right now that are going on, like the playground project, the one of our roofing projects at Tiffany is going on right now. So there are projects still going on, even though we're not done with the school year fully.
And
Or fiscal year, sorry, fiscal year.
All right. On that note, do we have like an IRS requirement, some sort of, I'm sure there's some kind of requirement that if we said we were going to spend it, we're supposed to spend it. Are we getting penalized by any agency, or has it been called to our attention by any agency that we're somehow getting close to non-compliance or being non-compliant?
Can you talk about whether we're in non-compliance or close to non-compliance, and if we're,
So typically, you do have to spend funds with about 85% of funds within 3 years. And at the end of each series, we do prepare it's called arbitrage. So arbitrage interest is if we earn more interest on the funds that we haven't issued than what the taxpayers are paying. And that difference, if it's higher, is known as arbitrage. And that's what is a potential penalty if we did have to pay anything.
are we in compliance?
Yes, we are.
Are we
right now.
Are we in compliance right now? What do you mean right now? Like tomorrow we won't?
No, we'd
risk,
still be
no
in
risk.
compliance.
So we're good? Okay, no
Yes.
risk?
No.
All right. Okay, then, so part of these projects that you're speaking of includes the holes in those slides and the play structures and the facilities that need upgrading, correct? And so I know that I was at Los Altos last week, Thursday. Boy, their blacktop is hardly even visible. and some of the other schools. Is that part of the priorities list of what's going to happen possibly over the summer, or when?
So that's more of, I'd have to look into Los Altos, but the slides and the
That was
playgrounds
just an
are-
example
yeah.
because I happened to see it. but,
Mhm.
uh-huh.
So those slides and playgrounds were a top priority for this summer to be replaced through the bond. We do have, at the last board meeting, we approved an asphalt bid that we're doing also over the summer, but that's more maintenance, not like a
Not
full
part of the-
replacement, right?
All right. Okay, and let's see. During the May 18, 2022 board meeting, I was not a board member, but I made some inquiries about the ICOC meeting, to which Trustee Tamayo was kind enough to address the audience and answered and asked if we could look into recording our ICOC meetings, because some people may want to go, and if we're wanting and encouraging community engagement, even at least them being able to live stream in and see what's going on. Is that something, at that time, Trustee Tamayo asked and inquired if they were recorded and they could be made available to the community. I haven't heard anything since, so I don't know.
They're recorded?
They're not recorded.
Not?
No.
We do have the option if we.
Could we do that as
desire.
part of our outreach? And I believe we have several priorities in our LCAP. Is that, do I motion to look into it or just make it happen?
Yeah.
Get it recorded, make it available to stream it for the community?
They already have a website, so they could just put it on their website, right?
Yeah, we
Live
wh-
stream
wh-
it.
So why don't we do this? Let's look at, I'll work with, Mr. Pong, we'll work with Mr. Angelo to look at options of how we can record it and upload it.
Mhm. Now, when we have all these, so we had that risk assessment, the safety assessment that we had come through, the consultant that looked at the different variables, what was safe and what needed to be corrected and such. They also looked into parking. And does that fall into any one of these bond measures? If not, so I can leave it to my report for later.
Correct, it would be. So any kind of facility improvement, it will go into.
Okay, so we have, for instance, and not my idea, actually, Ms. Sharon Casey and I were at Rogers last week, and it's just horrific to be able to even park. You can't. And I limped through, and I had to ask permission. I'm parking in a yellow spot. Am I going to get towed? All these, little signs everywhere. But I think we need to look at some of our schools. What used to work before may not work now for some of our schools. For instance, at Los Altos, only because I was there, it's right smack in the middle of, there's a house here, and there's a school in the middle. It's all surrounded by house. And my aunt lives, my uncle, they live like literally around the block on Peterland. And all the people there, they put their trash cans out so that people can't, so that us, you, me, that we don't park there. And rightfully so. They want to, it's still public property, but they're trying to save their parking. They do not like us. We are not good neighbors. And so I think we need to look at some of the parking situations and where they could park. So for that day, the reason at Los Altos I was able to park was because staff was instructed to park in this other area there on the other side of the playground. And of course, if it's horrible for the teachers too, we need to look at how to make it safe for them to be able to access the school, and that their vehicles be safe when they park there and that they feel safe also. So I think we need to expand on that. If we could take a look on that with
Yeah, so
priorities.
So one of the things that the reality is that many of our schools were built many years ago when there were few homes.
All right,
around.
my cousin was telling me that
Yeah.
she was one of she was the first one of the first staff that she was bused to Feaster.
And then, you know, as the community built up, then they took over empty spaces. You know, a good example is Harborside. Harborside, years ago, maybe 8 years ago, I mean, as it is, they have very, very few parking spaces. So they used to have another baseball field in the back. So the district actually took over the baseball field and provided parking for staff because they had no parking. Right now, we just approved for Lauderback. They have very few spaces. I mean, not enough. So we came to an agreement with the church to actually rent for 3 years their parking, so our staff can park there. And so by our staff once our staff parks there, then parents can use the other parking spaces. So we need to be creative because we don't have enough land. And we try to avoid encroaching upon the fields. We could, but we would try to avoid that. Yeah.
Wanting it to be on the
But
on the
you're right.
radar
Absolutely.
for these projects because it affects everyone. Thank you. So forth. And thank you again, Ms. Bautista, for your presentation.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Ms. Bautista, for taking the time to come and report to us the great work that the Oversight Committee is doing. Please share with the rest of the members our gratitude and our many thanks for being that independent voice and making sure that the money that we're spending it in the right way as we outline in the ballot measures. So thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. I do want to echo Trustee Dominguez Cervantes' comments regarding the parking. I know that I've visited some schools, especially like we're talking Lauterbach, that we have no that there's access by the community to park on our property, which is a liability, especially at night where we've seen them. There's no way for us to lock them off of there. And with the apartment buildings that are around there, they're parking there and then walking over. And I think that if something happens on that property, our property, then we're going to be liable for their cars being there. So looking at all of our facilities from that lens, right, and making sure that we have the ample parking, but also that it's not accessible after hours to others.
We're talking about Lauterbach, the front, the one that faces Palomar or Palomar. That one.
Fourth or
no, Palomar.
It's on.
Palomar.
Yeah, it's on the Palomar
Yeah.
side.
The other one you can lock, but the Palomar one. And so people that live across park overnight.
Yeah. Wow. So, but again, thank you, Ms. Bautista, and to all of the.
That one at Lauterbach was, we already implemented a chain link, so
Okay.
they can't go through.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, continuing on.
Want to do this for 6 years for the ICOC?
Oh, yes, and with this, we want to award our ICOC, our Independent Citizens Oversight Committee, some certificates of recognition for their service. For 6 years, right? Both Nancy Kerwin and Gloria McKerney.
We'll make sure they receive it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reyes. All right, back to our administrative action items. 13A, to adopt the reading difficulties risk screener. Is that Ms. Montgomery? Ms. Montgomery?
Thank you, President Ugarte. I'd like to introduce Melissa Noble, our instructional coordinator for literacy. Tonight, she's going to be sharing with you an overview of the universal screener.
Oh, sorry. I didn't motion to receive the report. I apologize. So the item, the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee, we do need to receive the report and have a motion to accept it before we move on.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez?
Aye.
Tolston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Now we can continue. Sorry about that.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, President Ugarte. So again, this is Melissa Noble. She's our instructional coordinator for literacy. And tonight she's here to provide an overview of the universal screener for reading difficulties, risk screeners. This is part of fulfilling our requirement via Senate Bill 114. And tonight, not only are we going to provide you that overview and information about the universal screener, but also our process for identifying our recommendation to adopt a universal screener, which we engaged in a partnership with our assessment committee as well as our AACV and CVE members. So I'll hand it over to Melissa.
Hi, good evening, President Ugarte, Board of Trustees, Dr. Reyes. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to present this information. As we continue our commitment to rigorous Learning for All's 5-year plan, we are guided by 4 key domains: instructional transformation, high-quality professional learning, multi-tiered systems of support, and turnaround leadership. Each domain plays a critical role in creating the conditions for high-impact learning across our system. Tonight, we'd like to highlight a mini plan within the instructional transformation domain. This domain is anchored in the goal to align and connect curriculum, instruction, and assessment to create a cohesive, responsive, and innovative instructional practice that builds on student assets, supports diverse learners, and promotes student agency to improve learning outcomes for all. As part of this work, we're going to share Priority Action 1.3.1, the implementation of a universal screener for grades K through 2. Tonight, I'll be sharing information regarding the implementation of a K through 2 universal screener's difficulties risk. Let me say that again. It's a mouthful. Implementation of a K2 Universal Reading Difficulties Risk Screener in alignment with California Senate Bill 114. The California legislature has declared that screening students for risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia, is a critical step in supporting student learning. This law emphasizes the importance of early identification of a potential reading difficulties risk, as well as the need to support them using evidence-based instructional strategies and materials that can improve literacy outcomes. The law requires that K2 students be screened at least once annually, beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. The screener is not a standalone tool. It is meant to be integrated into a school's comprehensive instructional approach. Its purpose is to guide instruction, monitor progress over time, identify early learning needs, and support informed conversations between educators and their families. This law states that the screener is not a diagnostic assessment and cannot be used for high-stakes decisions such as special education eligibility, grade level retention, or labeling students. Instead, it helps identify students who may need additional support in their foundational reading skills. The law also requires that students be screened in their primary language if their English proficiency is still developing. For instance, a newcomer who's in kindergarten should be assessed in their home language to accurately identify literacy strengths without being limited by their current English language skills. Clear and timely communication with families is specifically cited in the law. Parents and guardians will be notified at least 15 days before the screener is administered. This communication will explain the screener's purpose and provide parents an opt-out option. After the screener is completed, results will be shared with families within 45 days. Teachers will have access to Home Connect letters, personalized reports that explain each child's results describe how those skills relate to their overall reading development, and include simple targeted activities that families can do at home to support their children. These reports will also support meaningful conversations during parent-teacher conferences, helping to build strong partnerships between home and school. All districts must adopt a state-approved screener by June 30th, with full implementation beginning next school year. Our district's assessment committee has led a thoughtful selection process focused on supporting both our diverse student population and our instructional goals. Ultimately, this screener is about more than identifying a risk. It's about ensuring that every student has the support, instruction, and partnership needed to become a confident and successful reader. With your approval tonight, our district is on track to meet this state requirement. To support this mandate, the California Department of Education provided a short timeline for local education agencies to adopt and implement an approved screener, which you will see at the top of this slide. The bottom of the slide shows how CVESD has aligned our efforts to meet that deadline. Our assessment committee, which has led this work, includes a diverse group of educational partners: classroom teachers from all grade levels, dual immersion teachers, RSP teachers, principals representing AACV, CVE union representatives, as well as district leadership. Together, this team has reviewed the state-approved options and prepared a recommendation that, with your board approval tonight, positions our district to move forward with full implementation next school year. The California Department of Education released a list of 4 approved universal reading screeners in December of 2024. In response, CVESD's assessment committee launched a structured and collaborative review process to evaluate each of the approved tools. To begin the exploration, the instructional services team participated in San Diego County Office of Education's Adoption Toolkit webinar, and the committee members joined a statewide session introducing the 4 screeners. These early learning opportunities helped ground the team in the purpose of the screener and the key features of each tool. From there, our committee moved into a research and exploration phase. Throughout February and March, members reviewed sample materials, accessed demo accounts, and examined how each screener aligned with our district's instructional practices and our students' needs. To take a closer look, representatives from each of the state-approved publishers were invited to present directly to our committee. These presentations gave our members a chance to ask questions, explore implementation models, and compare the tools side by side. In April, the committee shifted to a recommendation phase. Members revisited the demo accounts, reflected on feedback gathered from our educational partners, and evaluated how each tool would function as part of a comprehensive assessment system, not just as a standalone screener. Throughout this process, our committee remained deeply committed to selecting a tool that reflects the diverse needs of our students and supports high-quality instruction across all our school sites. The CVESD Assessment Committee recommends the adoption of Amplify M-Class Dibbles and Lectura as our district's universal reading difficulties risk screener for students in grades K through 2. In addition to fulfilling the state-required screening purpose, M-Class will also serve as a key progress monitoring tool for all students in grades K through 6, supporting the ongoing literacy development of all learners as referenced in our rigorous Learning for All plan. Several important factors contributed to the committee's recommendation. M-Class Dibbles and Lectura offer a robust dual language support, providing valid, research-based screening in both English and Spanish. This ensures that we can effectively serve our bilingual and multilingual learners in a linguistically responsive way. In addition, the tools are nationally norm referenced, offering educators benchmark data that provides a meaningful context for interpreting student performance and identifying those who may need additional support. The assessments generate actionable data that extends beyond just the initial screening. The platform supports ongoing progress monitoring, allowing teachers to adjust instruction in real time and better meet the individual student needs. Another key consideration is the efficiency and scalability of the tools. They are brief, consistently administered 3 times a year, and designed to support instruction beyond just K through 2, making them a strong fit for CVESD's vision of a comprehensive K-6 literacy system. Finally, M-Class Dibbles is already a familiar and trusted tool within our district. Several of our schools have successfully used it in recent years, and the positive outcomes we've seen reinforce its effectiveness and relevance in our local context. Together, these features position M-Class Dibbles and Lectura as the right choice to support early literacy in a way that is data-driven and aligned with our long-term instructional goals. As I mentioned earlier, the assessment committee gathered input and feedback from schools within our district that have experience using Dibbles. There were several commonalities in their feedback, revealing that Dibbles provides actionable data, which leads to informed instructional supports and ultimately improves student growth and outcomes. At Otay Elementary, where Dibbles has been used consistently for progress monitoring, teachers appreciated how easy it was to administer and how clear the reports were. The data provided encouraged meaningful discussions about student strengths and area for support, helping to build a culture of data-informed instruction. As a result, the school increased 5.7 points in ELA on the 2024 California dashboard. At Castle Park Elementary, Dibbles has been used for the past 4 years in grades K through 2, with students monitored across 3 benchmark periods and in between. The ability to drill down into specific reading skills helped teachers provide timely, targeted supports. Because the focus remained on early intervention and support in Tier 1 and Tier 2, fewer students were referred to the SST or special education assessments. Teachers reported that the tools strengthened their SST process, ensuring that decisions were made based on student data and not on assumptions. Additionally, Castle Park saw a 10.3-point increase in ELA. They also noted that having data that follows students over time created a shared sense of responsibility across all their grade levels. These examples show how Dibbles not only provides clear and timely data, but also helps create school-wide systems of support centered on collaboration and responsive instruction. As we look ahead to full implementation, this recommendation reflects an investment in a comprehensive, multi-year rollout designed to support both students and educators. A 3-year district-wide adoption includes student and teacher licenses for grades K through 6, ensuring every student and classroom has access to the platform. 3 benchmark assessments per year, and built-in progress monitoring tools allowing educators to track growth and adjust instruction in real time. A robust resource suite, including mini lessons and targeted next steps to support instruction based on student needs. Historical data tracking that allows teachers and leaders to view student trends over time, making it easier to provide a continuity of support. Initial professional development and training with our K2 licenses included for the first year when we bundle it with the training package. This implementation is strategically funded through multiple sources. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant will cover materials and resources. We're leveraging California's Literacy Screening Professional Development funding as well as the Educator Effectiveness Grant to support educator training. Our implementation plan is designed to ensure all educators are well prepared and supported as we roll out the Universal Screener. With your approval tonight, we will begin training when teachers return in July. On July 18th and 22nd, all K through 6 teachers will participate in professional learning sessions that are led by trained consultants. Then in August and September, we'll provide additional follow-up training for our K2 teachers, focusing on deepening their understanding and use of the tool. These sessions will prepare our teachers and administrators to administer the screener, analyze the data, and most importantly, use that data to inform instruction and support student learning. This presentation has walked you through the legal requirements, the assessment committee process, the rationale for our recommendation, the funding, and our training plans that are all connected to this universal screener recommendation. With your support, we are prepared to move forward with implementation that equips our educators and supports our students at this critical stage in their learning journey. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to literacy success and ensuring rigorous learning for all of our students.
Thank you. We have no speakers on this item. Do we have board questions or comments?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank you. I feel like that presentation was very well executed. I love to see like visuals and how those little I can follow the train of thought with a lot of visuals. But I have a question. I know you said that it is recommended that we test our children with their home language. I know that mainly because of our demographic, it's usually Spanish, but how many other language options are there?
Right now, the state has approved English and Spanish. The Department of Education is continuing to look at other languages and developing screeners in other languages because we have a diverse population in California. And so one of the things that we would do if a student does not speak English or Spanish is that we would evaluate them using other tools, like looking at their literacy skills, their family background, and then we would continue to monitor them. But again, the state is looking at developing the screener in multiple language because they know that is a need.
Okay, thank you. Also, we're rolling TK starting next year, but we're not gonna roll this for our TK students, right?
So this assessment is designed for K through 2 and early literacy skills. It is not necessarily developmentally appropriate for TK because they haven't begun their literacy journey, although some of them may know letters and sounds. But there are additional screeners that our TK teachers use to develop, that are developmentally appropriate to assess the milestones in their lives that they're reaching. But this screener is mostly meant for early literacy skills in K through 2.
Okay, and if, let's say, a teacher has the suspicion that they might need the screener once they reach kinder, they'll be able to go through the screening process.
The screener will be administered for all K through 2 students.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the screener was administered in kinder and they'd realize, well, at that moment the child passes, but then future first, second, there's issues, can they be re-screened?
Yes, so the law states that they will need to be screened annually. So a student who maybe tests out in kindergarten will again be screened in first grade with a different benchmark, right?
Yeah.
So as they move through the years, they will continue to get screened in each of those grades annually.
Okay. Okay, you just said every year, great. And I saw that, I think that it happened in one of those 2 schools that we were incorporating it, that we saw less people transfer to SPED. And that obviously is something that we want to make sure that the students are using our SPED funding, are students that really need it, and that students that might have something else, this is really helpful for us to be able to at least supply a need. And you mentioned at the beginning that this is not a standalone, like there is more. If maybe a child is not really well, it's not a good tester, or, like there's other things that would bring a student out of being
Yes, so again, the purpose of the screener is to identify a potential risk.
Okay.
Not necessarily a risk. It is not a diagnostic tool. So by using the screener, we are not saying a student has a learning disability. We are not saying that they have dyslexia. What we are saying is that, hey, this student is flagged because there might be a potential risk in an area of letter naming fluency or in the area of phonological awareness. And then from there, the teacher can say, oh, I need to provide extra supports for this student. The teacher will then have steps, mini lessons, and targeted instruction to provide instruction for those students who are flagged as a potential risk. And the hope is that with that quality instruction, we will continue to see growth and move the student along in their progress and their literacy.
Okay. Last one. You mentioned that there's actually things they can bring to parents so they can continue at home, right?
Yes, there will be Home Connect letters that are available within the platform that will explain how the student assessed, what those results mean, and activities that they can do at home to support their growth.
Thank you.
Yes, you tested this in Otay, you said, and Castle Park. Could you share with us, we saw the pros, what were the cons that you heard from the staff and or anyone else that may have been involved?
That's a great question. Actually, there were no cons. So when we reached out to them, teachers and administrators definitely preferred the use of DIBELS over the CVESD reading assessments that we did last year. We had a lot of feedback from teachers last year in our efforts to begin testing our students in some of those areas, and the feedback was that the tests were too long, that they took too much time, and the teachers at Otay and at Castle Park both expressed that they preferred this assessment because they were brief and they were very informative.
So the same support that was provided those two schools is how we intend to support the other schools with the same support.
Yes.
Like if this school got, just that many more classified or certificated to process this testing, well, obviously it's not going to have the same reception in other schools if they're not going to have the same support.
Yeah, so the design of the screener is really meant to be administered by our classroom teachers. We value our classroom teachers getting the chance to sit down with their students and listen to them read and really hear for themselves how they're doing. These will be short 1-minute measures in different subtests. Each subtest will take about 5 to 7 minutes per student. From there, that data will then inform teachers about where there are learning needs.
Will this take the place of that assessment that teachers
that they gave us feedback about? Yes, it will.
Oh.
It will. And so it is designed to be, they're very happy about that.
Yes. No wonder there was no.
Yes. I mean, the one good thing about the CVESD assessments last year is it did familiarize our teachers with some of the assessments that are the early literacy skills. For example, nonsense word reading, which they didn't love, but that is a subtest that tests whether or not students are able to decode and not just memorize a sight word. Once a student knows the word cat, for example, and it's committed to their sight word bank, we can assess whether or not they really have the knowledge to blend through words that have that short A sound or the ending T sound. And so by giving them nonsense words, we're able to assess their decoding ability. So the good news about that assessment last year was that it did familiarize our teacher with some of the subtests that they'll see. The great news is that this will be shorter and more efficient for them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
I saw that this is for K to second grade. However, it mentions that it could be used for K to 6. Are we buying licenses for all K to 6?
So we would like to, one of our priority actions in our plan for rigorous learning for all is to identify a 3 through 6 reading assessment. So that alongside of the universal screener is in our plan. So by adopting this with K through 6, we provide that continuity of a system that assesses our students' literacy development in K through 6, and it will help our teachers address their learning needs in all grade levels. But the screener itself is just for grades K through 2.
Okay, I was trying to make sense of the cost versus the price per license. And if it was only for K to second grade, it didn't make sense of the cost. But now if it's through 6, then it makes sense. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question. Are we rolling this out also for our charter schools or not? No.
So our charter schools are their own local education agency, so they will go through this process themselves and they will adopt a screener for themselves.
Can we like share our findings?
If they reach out, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Holston.
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
support.
Okay. Before we continue, I want to let everyone know we still have the LCAP administrative action item, the budget, and the surplus property advisory committee. Yeah, and we have the other items, and we have one closed session item that will take about, depending on our reading, 20 to 30 minutes. So we will need a motion to extend the meeting.
All right. Based on, well, it depends on how many questions, right? So, again, we don't have to use it all. I move to extend the meeting to 1 in the morning.
Second? There needs a second, yeah.
Ramirez Dominguez.
Aye.
Holston.
Nay.
Dominguez Cervantes.
So if we don't approve it, we can't finish our items.
Mhm.
Can any of them roll over to
We
next
can make a
month?
different motion to extend to a different time, or we can
What can
end the
move?
We
meeting.
don't have to use all the
Well,
time.
I know, but what can move over till July?
Yeah. Is that an option?
Just again, overtime. for
Communications.
Because if we have to conduct business, we have to do it, but if we can't,
All of the administrative
Yeah,
action items have to
all administrative
occur
action items
employees.
in the
Exhaustion.
closed
should be
session.
approved. So we have 2,
We have 3 or 2.
3, no, 3. We
We
have
have
3,
3 left.
and a closed
LCAP,
session
budget,
that
surplus.
could, how long would it take?
I mean, we're talking LCAP, we kept talking budget. It's not something short. It's like an agenda
They
for
need to
a
happen
day.
At this meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, those have to
For
be
sure.
this.
I know we're in the middle of vote, guys. We need to finish the vote. Trustee Dominguez, I think you were next. So we have an aye and nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Tamayo. Ugarte.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1. All right.
Dr. Reyes.
Yeah, can I say something? Since we're going to be extending, can I'm going to be releasing some staff members because I don't want them to stay here. So, Mr. Angelo, if you can release your staff. Giovanna, if and the translators, what we can do is we'll when they upload it, they can translate it as they upload it. So translators, interpreters can also be relieved. And any other, I can't see. Because you're,
Facilities.
yes.
Facilities.
If you wish to leave, Mr. Silva.
You can stay if you want.
I'm sure you're excited.
Thank you all.
All right. Our next administrative action item is to approve the Chula Vista Elementary School District's updated local control and accountability plan for the 25-26 school year. Is it Ms. Perez or Ms. Montgomery?
Myself.
Okay.
Perez.
Ms. Perez. Okay.
Good evening, President Ugarte, trustees, Dr. Reyes. As you know, at the last board meeting, we held the public hearing for our 25-26 LCAP. We are going into year 2 of our 3-year LCAP, and on that evening, we proposed updates based on educational partner feedback. Tonight, the LCAP goes for board approval.
Is that it? All right. Board questions or comments?
So, page 3 of 153 says we'll receive 35,853,393, but plan to spend 42,605,000 plus. So the difference is in the negative of over almost 7 million. Where does that difference come from?
Dr. Reyes.
Ms. Press?
Page 3, are you looking at the LCFF budget overview for parents? The tables?
Packet you gave?
If so, I'm going to defer that to Mr. Pong.
So, Mr. Trustee Dominic Cervantes, can you repeat the question?
The page, yes. And the page, it is 3 of 153?
Yes.
Question. So it states that we'll receive almost 36 million, 35,853,000. But we plan to spend over 42 million. So the difference, $6,700,000 something thousand dollars, where will that come from?
Mr. Pong?
Great. So that difference is in the action items and whether or not they service unduplicated students. So we have $42.6 million in expenditures that we're listing in our LCAP that are servicing unduplicated students. However, in actual unduplicated funds that we receive under the LCFF, we're only receiving 35.8.
So the question is, the difference, where is it coming from? If we're spending more than is coming in, where are we getting the extra 7 million?
It's from our unrestricted general fund.
Okay. And this is quick. Page 5 and 6 of 153. Is there priority, what goes first, the category? I just found it odd that MTSS academics was not listed first, and I think VAPA was listed first. Is there priority, or is it just fall where it may?
So on page 5 and 6, this is just general information about our school district. And so there isn't a particular order that these items are in. The actual goals are in goal 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are just highlights and signature programs of our district.
Okay. And the data for community schools, we should have some already. We have, 2 schools, 3 of them that have been on board now as community schools for at least 2 years, right? 4 years, 5 years? Okay, 5 schools. So where is the data that shows it's, thank you, Ms. having a positive academic impact? Where can I find that in the LCAP about the community schools?
So the LCAP doesn't have a section that identifies specifically anything about community schools. That's not a requirement for our LCAP.
Okay.
Our LCAP uses the California dashboard, and we utilize the data from our dashboard from the year 1 of when the LCAP was written. And so that is what we are required to place. And so we can look at data from our community schools just by identifying, which schools they are, but there is not a specific section in here that is a requirement for that on the LCAP.
Okay, thank you. Page 59, goal 2. Mr. Santos' title, I'm just confused where there's reference to the Coordinator of Leadership Development, Equity and Access. Then who is the
That should be changed.
right, but it's still referenced in several areas. And so he's now Coordinator of Student Services?
Yeah, Ms. Perez, that last board meeting.
Like two board meetings ago?
Board meetings ago, we did a job description modification and the title was changed. So if we can, when it's approved, if we can actually, before it's submitted, can we correct it?
So in the LCAP, we cannot actually change the original action items. It is a state and county requirement that we do not change any of the original items that were written the first year that the LCAP was adopted.
Except, I think there was something, an exception, right?
Correct. What we do is, after educational partner input and reflection, we can make changes that are reflected underneath the action items. So if you see, correct. So that's where they are.
Saw it on the one, but not in the following, subsequent ones.
Correct. So in any of these, if the title Coordinator of Leadership Development, Equity and Access, if it's written anywhere, because some of these, the item has already been cited as being changed and it's in the goal analysis, then that is a given, so that we don't repeat it every single time it is there.
All right.
But it will repeat in original action items because we are not allowed to erase that information. That's part of the history of our LCAP.
Okay.
So yeah, it's actually stated that.
Yeah, it says it
was
right
revised.
underneath, but it doesn't say in subsequent, but you've just explained why. Okay. And page 62 of 153 says a goal 2.5, the SROs. And I know we had a board update on 5/30, May 30th, where it reports that Dr. Reyes and Mr. Pong had a follow-up meeting with Sergeant Claire from Chula Vista PD. But it looks like the intent is reducing an SROs from 4.5 down to 3.5. Now, that's not reflected in the LCAP there, but it is in that board update. And I thought we had to vote on that. I don't think we should be, I don't recall having voted to reduce our SRO. I don't remember reducing them. And I know when we first started, when I was first sitting there, there was like, at the point, and I actually made a point of asking, well, do we have 9 SROs or is it 7 SROs? Because there was references and changes, and I believe it was again you, Trustee Tamayo, that clarified, and at that point we were at 7. So now we're down to 4.5, and the intent is to reduce it to 3.5, and I don't agree with that. Safety is a priority for our children, for our staff, and we keep growing. We have more schools. So how do we grow schools but reduce what helps us keep safe?
Yeah, so couple of things. The actual item is going to be brought forward, I believe, next month for the SROs. Part of the conversation, so years ago, maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago, we had 3.5 for several years. Then in 2022, we had COVID funding, and so because we had extra COVID funding, I brought it to the captain about the possibility of increasing the SROs to 4.5 instead of 3.5, so increasing by 1. So we actually went ahead and increased it by 1 because we had that extra funding, but that extra funding was limited. It's not ongoing. So last year, the board had a conversation. We had a conversation about when we were talking about budget reductions, about going back to 3.5 because we didn't have the extra funding. Now, having said that, so we wrote it down here on the LCAP as 3.5. However, the actual agenda item for the SROs will come forward, will come to the board, and you will have, and so we'll make, the district will make a recommendation. We'll make a recommendation, but it's up to the board to decide which way to go.
But this LCAP is expected to be approved today, and it's got a number that I don't agree with, and a number that we didn't put before us to vote, to discuss, or even vote on.
Yeah, so last year it was also approved, the LCAP was also originally approved for 3.5.
Well, I'm getting smarter. I'm getting close. I'm looking at stuff better.
Yeah, so last year it was also approved for 3.5. Now, depending on what the board chooses to do with the contract, the actual contract of the SROs, it could be modified, correct? The LCAP?
We'll modify it up, and then if we vote down, then you modify it
But
down.
wouldn't it also be where 3.5 SROs come from LCAP funding and the other one or whatever we do comes from somewhere else?
It could.
That is
Yes.
a possibility.
It
The
could.
original LCAP that was adopted last year says 3.5. Remember, I said that you can't change anything. So the original action of 2.5 on page 62 says school resource officer 3.5. If it was going to be changed, it would be underneath that line where changes are made. So it was originally adopted for 3.5. And so absolutely you can, I mean, that
Have
can be
somebody
something that can be done.
So what we can do is what you said, depending on what the board chooses to do, because right now we're not discussing this, but as we bring it forward, we'll make a recommendation, but if the board chooses something else, that, then we can take the funding from a different fund, for unrestricted, for example, to pay for the difference.
So I think.
If that's what the,
Right, can you restate it so it's real clear for the minutes?
so
Poor
here
Araceli
on the
has to
LCAP,
figure it
it's
out.
3.5.
Right.
Depending on what the board chooses, we're going to be bringing the contract forward. We're hoping next month. We're waiting for CVPD to send us a contract, and for us to review it, and we should have it ready for next month. If the board, so for example, if the board says yes, 3.5, then it's paid out of LCAP. If the board says no, we want to go with 4.5, then the difference, which is the one SRO, would come out of a different fund. It could be, for example, it would come out of unrestricted.
Where was the funding coming from for the 4.5 now?
Was it multiple?
It's currently LCAP.
Yeah. So, but it can come from both, multiple funding sources.
In the LCAP. So what are the multiple funding sources?
So there's the unrestricted, and then
That
there's
pay for the
That could pay.
current 4.5.
unrestricted, and then the concentration grant money also. Those are the options.
I have a difficulty processing and accepting something that I don't have later know that, oh, well, you already approved it or something.
So let me just reiterate. So if the board next month will bring the contract for the SROs, and we'll provide two options, right? So what we'll do is we'll provide two options and two different costs. If the board chooses an option which surpasses what is stated here, it will go through. We'll just pay it from a different source. The difference will be paid from a different account.
All right, as long as we're very clear that I do not want to reduce our SROs.
You're kind of going to speak to something that we were going to
Yeah,
vote on.
so-
But
well,
we
okay.
got you.
Okay.
Yeah, just to let you know that it can be paid out of a different source.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that was 62. Page 82 of 153. The LCAP funding for VAPA teachers will be funded with Prop 28 funds, and PE teachers will be funded from general funds. Is this a change?
Yes, that's a change. So in this goal analysis, the title of that box does say a description of changes. And so what this change allows is it frees up LCAP money to be spent on other priorities. Proposition 28 funds will be utilized to pay for the VAPA teachers. PE teachers have to be separated because of the restrictions of the grant. You cannot pay for PE teachers with the grant. And so that's why it's divided up in that sentence, Prop 28 for the VAPA and then PE with general funds. And the portion that was used to pay for VAPA teachers, that LCAP money, is now released to pay for other priorities, and specifically the transportation costs.
All right. Page 92 and 93, parent engagement. How is it on the LCAP and it's also discontinued? That's what my note I wrote.
Are you
92 and 93?
And what are you?
My question was that I wrote here was parent engagement.
The coordinator for
The coordinator.
How is it on the LCAP, but it's also a position that we discontinued?
So it's on the LCAP because it's on the original LCAP.
Okay.
And then we can't take it off. So underneath that action, you will see a line. So how I delineated it was I drew like a little line.
At the bottom.
Right.
Bottom, it's kind of, and then it says the contributing item, coordinator of parent engagement liaison, has been discontinued. So that's where it indicates the change. And then it says to see the goal analysis. So any of these changes always refer you to see the goal analysis. The goal analysis.
How do we, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
How
go
do
ahead.
we then justify that we're doing that if we're discontinuing that coordinator?
So we go to the goal analysis to read the description because, again, we cannot change anything on the original description. And so what we say is the contributing item of parent engagement liaison has been discontinued, see goal analysis. So if you go, and I know you have to flip back and forth, and that's why I put Post-its on mine. If we go to page 90, that's the goal analysis. The goal analysis is the section where reflect on the implementation, the effectiveness of the actions, and then based on that, we have changes. So that box that says a description of changes made to the planned goals, it's that last box on page 90.
I see that, but it doesn't identify to me who's taking over that, the development or the outreach for parent engagement.
So on the action 5.2, it doesn't state a specific person. What it does state is that there will be a greater focus on site family engagement. And so there is a new CVESD parent engagement plan that Ms. Castro has developed, and it includes a parent ambassador program. I know that she's not with us tonight, but the parent ambassadors would actually be parents from every single school site because that's where parents really want to be engaged, where their students are, where their children go to school. We will still have district level type of activities like CVESD University and workshops that are run just by like the brain balance that you approved earlier, but really where we want to see that improvement is at the site level. So empowering parent ambassadors at every site level, at every school, is going to help us do that. There's also, if you go to action 5.2 on the description of effectiveness, it's just the box above it. We have to kind of rate the actions to see if they were effective or ineffective. And if you look at action 5.2, the participation rate for the CVESD University was very low. And so when we think about all of the efforts that were placed at putting all of these parent workshops together, even, staff that went out, we had one session that was canceled. It was ineffective. And so so we don't want to continue something that's ineffective. So we are coming up with a new way, and that's what Ms. Castro has put together.
It says it's in development. So are you saying now that it's been developed?
It is still in development. I know that Ms. Castro has some initial ideas, but I think the idea is to bring the parent ambassadors together and have them a voice.
Who's a parent ambassador? Who's the parent ambassador?
They have not been selected. There will be parent ambassador
Like from the
representation from
the
every
schools?
school site.
Okay, thank you.
And then they could provide input in further development of the plan, so we hear directly from the parents that are at the school sites.
Okay. All right, and let's see, page 105 and 108. Who does an instructional coach work with at Harborside? No, it says targeted and specific instructional practices to improve student achievement in ELA and math with focus on unduplicated students. And there's other instructional coaches on some of the other pages, but it doesn't identify the schools.
Yes, so for this particular item, this section is called the required descriptions. So this section kind of consolidates all of the actions from the previous goals. And what it does is we have to describe in the first box, how is this action supporting the identified need of the unduplicated students? The second box then, we have to share how would this be beneficial to all students if other students that are not unduplicated are receiving this. Now, specifically for the instructional coaching, the coach is not working with students, but they are working with teachers. That's what a coach does. So
But
they
we
are
don't-
working with teachers.
Okay, and so the other schools, right here, you just specifically, or someone specifically called out Harborside, but there are other schools.
Correct. So on the original plan, Harborside was the only school that had all red for ELA. So that is why they were identified for that specific coach for Harborside.
Okay.
That has to stay the same for the entire LCAP. It can't change because we need to see change over time. It doesn't happen in 1 year. Then for the other instructional coaches that are being proposed under Title III, they are not specifically assigned to specific schools. Part of our rigorous Learning for All plan, a priority action is that the instructional services and support staff, which includes coordinators, our current resource teachers, the additional resource teachers will be deployed to support sites based on California dashboard and other needs. So we are developing a plan to identify a variety of schools so that we have greater flexibility and we can support as many schools as we can throughout the year.
And you're going to monitor that how?
We are going to, we're going to monitor that by looking at data. We have the universal screener. We have a new data platform, Elevation, that's part of our English learner goal that we could be using. So it's all going to be part of our rigorous Learning for All plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, this is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Toston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. All right, adopt the resolution appointing a 7-Eleven Surplus Property Advisory Committee. Mr. Pong.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Tonight for your adoption, we have a resolution to appoint a 7-Eleven Surplus Committee. And what the 7-Eleven Committee means is the 7-Eleven just means that it's a committee of 7 to 11 people. That's why they call it the 7-Eleven Committee. We did have 17 applications, and 2 of them were ineligible because they weren't in the boundary. You have to be a resident in the boundary. So that meant that we had 15 eligible applications. So we are recommending for appointment 11 of those 15. And with our regret emails, we'll be inviting those other 4 to apply for the Independent Citizens Oversight Committee, because that's another opportunity that we have available for participation from the public.
Any questions or comments from the board?
What was the criteria for being, I know the boundaries having to live there, but did you have other criteria?
So there are certain categories that we were wanting to fill. So just that the membership represents the demographics of the district, that there's a business community member, landowner or renter, a teacher, an administrator, and parent, and anyone with expertise in environmental
So
impacts.
there wasn't
and-
anything further than what you posted?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And all this time, I thought that 7-Eleven committee would get free slushies.
This is an action item.
Move to approve.
I second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston,
Aye.
Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo,
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Adopt 2025-2026 proposed budget and ending fund balances of the Chula Vista Elementary School District, and adopt resolution to identify the amount of budget reductions needed for 26-27 and 27-28, and to require that a list of budget reductions needed for 26-27 be included in the 25-26 first interim report.
Thank you, President Ugarte, and good evening to the governing board and Superintendent Dr. Reyes and members of the community. Tonight we have for your review and adoption the proposed 25-26 budget that we had also presented a preliminary budget at the last board meeting. So on May 21st, we did present a proposed budget. We initially had a revenue of about 400.7 million, expenditures of 455 million, bringing us to a decrease in the fund balance of 54.3 million. When we look at our decrease to the fund balance to really determine the health of the district, we want to look at on a unrestricted versus restricted basis. So on this info on this graphic here, we have the decrease in the unrestricted side going down by 23.8 million, and that's higher than the current year and next year because we are intentionally spending down some of the funds that we had committed towards the technology devices that we approved at the last board meeting. And then with the restricted, we would oftentimes expect a decrease in the fund balance there because the way that the restricted part of the budget works is oftentimes we receive funds that we spend over multiple years. So we get money in the first year and then spend it over multiple years, which would create a decrease in the fund balance. So back at the main board meeting, we were projecting a 5% reserve for economic uncertainty. So now with the proposed budget, majority of the items are the same. There was just an expenditure update, bringing the expenditures down on the restricted side. So down to 191 million. So there's a total decrease there of 26.6 million. Still with the 5% reserve for economic uncertainty. So when we look at our expenditure changes, it was mainly in our books and supplies. And this is where we had a program that we made a budget change to match the revenue and project the expenditures over multiple years versus the 1 year. So again, some proposed budget highlights. We had budgeted for the full implementation of transitional kindergarten, which increased our classroom count by 13 classrooms. We again have our computer refresh for our grades 3 through 6 and our certificated staff. We are continuing with our counselors and social workers and have the behavior support assistants to increase supports of our social emotional needs at the schools. And then our additional TOSAs to continue the support around rigorous learning for all. When we look at our multi-year projection, the biggest change here is that we did not have the future years of the COLA and the multi-year projection. So those 2 future years did go down. So we can see in the second year it went from 3.52% projected COLA down to 3.02, which resulted in a reduction in projected revenue of about 1.4 million. And then in the third year, we're looking at 3.63 previously, and now we're at 3.42, which is about just under a $2 million reduction in revenue. And then all the other assumptions have stayed the same since the previous meeting. So this is what was presented back in May. We can see here that very first row, the change in the fund balance. So again, we see that 23.8 million, and then that going down because of the one-time expenditures for the computers being removed, and then up to the 18.5 million in the third year. We can see that the commitments are being utilized to offset that deficit. So those commitments, we'll see on a future slide, but those commitments are funds that we had set aside for needed expenditures to continue our instructional programs like the adoption of curriculum and things like that. So that is now being used to fund the deficit. So back in May also, we had 3.5% in the third year. So that 0.5% was above what we needed to have to meet the 3% minimum. So we were 2.4 million above the minimum required reserve. Based on the changes in the future COLA and that decrease in revenue, we're now looking at this screen here. So a change in the first row is due to the change in revenue, the decline in revenue. So we have actually a slightly higher deficit based on that decline in revenue. And again, that commitments are being used to funding the deficit. And so if we continue at this trajectory, we would naturally see that in the 28-29 school year, we would not be able to meet that 3%, because even if you look at 27-28, that deficit that we have is greater than our 3%. So we do need to look at making budget reductions over these at least 2.4 million to meet the 3% reserve in the third year. So that's what the resolution with this agenda item is for also, that we're committing to making those budget reductions to remain at the state required 3%. So anything that we can do starting now will have an effect on that third year out. We do have to substantiate why we need above our 3% minimum reserve for the state. So we have 47.5 million in our reserves. Our 3% minimum reserve is 13.5 million. So we have about 34 million in reserves that we need to substantiate. So part of that is about 2.1 million in school site funds that we have set aside for. And then the other 32 million are for those one-time commitments that we had talked about previously. So safety and security measures, vehicle equipment replacement, the textbook replacement, and other one-time expenditures. So looking ahead, we are looking at the final state adoption, which they have the statutory deadline of June 15th. Based on that, we would be making some 45-day budget revisions. The ones that we're monitoring right now are the transitional kindergarten increase in funding for the reduced ratio, which would be about 3.5 million for our district, and then a one-time block grant of about $6 million. And that block grant is really funds that we should be setting aside as we're using those commitments to fund the deficit. Those one-time funds should really be saved towards like those textbook adoptions that we have upcoming. We're starting to, we're continuing to work on year end. So our fiscal year ends June 30th. So we're preparing to close the books. Not much update on the federal budget in terms of Title III. There's still uncertainty around that program for English learners and immigrant students. We are continuing to discuss what attendance recovery programs might look like next year, and the ability to increase ADA and revenue through attendance recovery programs. And then finally, at the request of the board, we'll be preparing a board budget workshop to do a really extensive dive into the budget, so that way we can collectively come up with budget solutions. And then finally, we do have other funds. That's been all the general fund. So we do have other major funds. Our charter schools, like us, are not subject to the reductions of the COLA. So they're expecting some reduced funding, but we're continuing to monitor their multi-year projections. We have a specific assigned accountant to the charter schools that works with them, and they're also doing some other facility modernizations at their schools or additions. Under the Child Development Fund, there's a slight decrease there just with the shift of some of the preschool age students moving into transitional kindergarten. We're working with that program to reduce expenditures. Fund 13 is another major fund for child nutrition. We do have a spend down plan for them since we're only allowed to have a certain amount of reserves. The building fund, that's where we're recognizing our bond expenditures. So naturally, we would expect a decrease in the fund balance there as we receive the money from the issuance and are spending that down. And then the other major one is our community facilities district, which is where we have funded the schools through, and then our self-insurance fund for workers' comp. So with that, I will open it up for any questions or comments to the board.
There are no public speakers. Board questions or comments?
I have a question. So for the attendance recovery programs, that's for absenteeism, right? The new independent study contracts that you can be absent for a day and you can sign the independent study contract?
Correct.
Has
That
been
helps.
looked at?
That's part of it.
Okay.
May I piggyback on that?
Oh.
So do our staff know and principals know about this so that they can implement it on day one?
Correct. So they know, but we're working to have district staff support sites to make sure that not only they're doing it, but they're doing it in a consistent basis.
Because they'll have to know, like, on day one, they'll all show up, next day, one of them's out.
Correct.
So it'll have to be a fast turnaround.
I have a question for the $2 million because we want to reserve, we want to make sure we make the 3%. Does that have to be for, do we need to commit to $2 million every single year, or that we would have that reduction by the third year?
Yeah. So before he comments, so we have to commit to the 2.4 million, just so we have enough in the third year. However, right now we're facing a significant deficit this year, so the reductions need to be this year, and much more than 2.4 million. So we're looking at maybe reducing $8 to $10 million each year. So because otherwise, 28, 29, if we reduce 2.4 million, yeah, we'll have enough for 28, 29. But if we do the 3-year projection, then we're not going to be able to do a 3-year projection. So remember, every year you have to be 3 years ahead. So we got to be reducing 8 to 10 each year.
So with that in mind, one, I appreciate the budget. However, I'm not comfortable approving a budget that brings us down to 3% on the third year. So I would like to see that we're actually committing to reducing more and maintain us at 4% as the floor. Because 1%, it's a hiccup away from not being on a positive certification from the county. And that's a ground that we don't want to be in, because that could lead into a potential takeover from the state.
So correct. And so one of the things that we want to do is we want to make sure that in August? In August.
Interim.
In August, we're going to be having a budget workshop, and that's where we're going to be proposing the different cuts. And this is the reality. The reality is reductions. The reality is that when school districts have to go through reductions, that's not the fun part.
Right.
That is not the fun part. because 92% of the expenditures of any school district is personnel. And so we have to make, you have to make difficult decisions because everything is important. So, but they have to be made. And so
At the same time, it's better to start making now reductions instead of waiting for year 3 and having to lay off a lot of people.
Exactly.
So if we were aiming to get to 4 instead of 3 in the third year, are we still looking at 8 to 10, or would that mean we need to do even more? I want to make sure that
correct. So
we know the number.
So in August,
Okay.
we'll do a board workshop.
Okay.
And we'll spend plenty of time looking at what we need to reduce, and we'll be providing options, but also recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole idea of having a board workshop is that it's open and that the public knows what we intend to do, how we intend to do it, and also a timeline. Of course, there's some variables that might change. Next year, maybe the governor gives us a lot of money, so things change, right? Or goes the other way. So, but based on the information that we have today, we have to make those recommendations and those changes.
And we will be able to see how the strategies we're implementing, like the attendance recovery program and anything else, is working to foresee what's to come.
So for example, the ADA recovery, the ADA recovery, we would know that at the end of the year. So because it's through the year.
Okay.
I have a few questions. So if I don't say my processing part. So I'm looking at page 33 of 130. Okay, just for reference. So 95 million, that's a large reserve, which is great, but we're burning through it, right? So looking at next year, but the multi-year projection, ours starts on page 33, okay? And it's labeled on the bottom as page 5. You'll see the page number on top, okay. So the revenue growth is expected to slow in the future, 8.6, going up 1% or less per year in the next few years. Meanwhile, and I think you guys were discussing this piece, the deficit spending, C, is huge. We got 50.5 million next year and 30.3 million the year after, and the last year is 29 million. So these and Mark calls it out that the district is projected to maintain the minimum reserve for economic uncertainties. But at the same time, we can see that we, on our agenda even today at 12B and 12C, we're looking at some pay negotiations too.
Correct.
Okay. So do the proposed budget numbers include the potential cost of any increases in pay and
No.
benefits?
No.
Okay. So that's a no. Or will the 2.4 million in cuts need to be larger if we approve them? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's a big yes. So do the projections include any costs from expected renegotiations that will happen with different unions? Well, in the next 3 years, well, that's a yes. If no,
The projections.
they don't include
Don't
any
include.
costs from the
Don't
expected
include.
negotiations.
It will
okay.
affect the budget.
Right.
So it will affect the budget
So
depending on what happens.
Do we know how many millions more we'll need to be cut as a result of any potential pay increases? Not yet.
Well, we haven't negotiated.
Okay. So
Piggyback on that. Can you remind us what's the cost of 1%?
Mr. Pong?
that's a good question.
So 1.4. 1.4. I'm going to say one. How much?
It's more than that.
1.4 million?
No, it's more.
Oh. Was that wishful thinking? He's working on it.
And just so you know, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, so when you see the 50 million deficit, it's for the unrestricted and restricted, so it combines it. So the one that we look at is the unrestricted.
It's still called deficit spending, right?
Correct. But so for example, the reason why the restricted is so large is because we use that money to pay some of the cost for this year. Mr. Brown?
So across all the groups, a 1% is about $3 million.
Across all groups. You said 3.1?
3 million.
3.
3, okay. Okay. And so during our August workshop, we're going to discuss some ideas of what we're planning to cut. That's the
Absolutely,
intent?
yes. Well, what we'll do is we'll have a list of potential costs, and for potential of expenditures and potential reductions.
And our focus will be that any cutting won't affect the education of students, of the children, or laying off any employees. That's the focus?
Well,
We can't have that
yeah.
discussion right now.
Yeah.
So there's going to, the truth is, with 92% of the budget being personnel, it's likely
Very likely.
that there's going to be some personal impacts. However, the idea is to minimize those impacts to personnel as much as possible by taking action earlier, right? Because those savings get compounded as the years go, especially if we're reducing from ongoing expenditures. And that's why I have an issue with the resolution of just being 2.4 million that we're committing. As we approve this budget, if we commit just to 2.4, we're saying that we're okay with 3% in 27-28 for reserves.
Yeah. So yeah.
So we're saying that it should be 3 million?
It should be 4 million to be able to get us to 4% in year
Into
3.
year 3.
Yeah. So the 2.4 is just the bare minimum to get us to the next year. But if we get to that year, even if we were able to go to 28-29 with that 2.4, in 28, at the beginning of 28-29, we would not qualify because we will not have enough for the three following years.
Right.
So it has to be much more.
We wouldn't qualify starting 26-27.
Exactly. So next year we wouldn't qualify unless we reduce. And so just to piggyback on what Trustee Tamayo said, Trustee Dominguez, is yes. So unfortunately, the most likely the reductions need to be in personnel.
And this is where we, as a board, we need to look at the anything that's outside the classroom, right?
Yep.
That's normally how we have looked at budget cuts and budget reductions, is what is outside the classroom first, where can we make some reductions, and then we move as we are reducing, we move closer to the classroom, leaving the classroom the last resort. But those are going to be very difficult decisions, passionate decisions, a lot of discussion. So, but I think that as a board, and there's been a lot of talk about fiscal responsibility and making sure that we're fiscally sound. This is the most important decision that we make here is this budget. And I would hope that the board sees that there's value in committing to looking at more reductions than the 2.4 now, so we don't have to walk in next year and having to do a $10 million reduction.
Right.
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 Just a question. With the decisions that this board has taken so far, the ones that we did in the prior months, are those going to be revisited, or is that something that we will not?
My response to that is everything's on the table.
Okay, that was my question.
So we have to look at the entire. And just so you know, this conversation is being held by pretty much every single district.
Right.
I mean, we have a neighboring district that close to school. So this conversation is, and you know, this happened, the same thing happened in 2011, 12. So it unfortunately goes by cycles.
We could probably expect actually even bigger cuts because the revenues at the state level are not there. And they're stealing, not stealing, it's there, but they're taking from reserves that were not supposed to be touched.
Yeah, so and we'll have this discussion during the budget workshop, but my advice is to be conservative, and if there's extra funds, then we use them, then no, not so conservative, and then not be solvent.
Are there any other questions regarding the proposed budget? Okay, we need to accept receipt of the, we need to approve the proposed budget. It's an action item.
I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment to increase the reductions to 4 million.
Second.
5? Let's go 5.
Okay, so he said
Like the
5.
price is right.
I'll second.
Well, the 2.4 represents from the previous slide about 0.5%. So if we wanted the 4%, then it would be closer to 5.
Okay.
5. Aye.
Tolston. Aye. Dominguez Cervantes.
Aye.
Tamayo.
Aye.
Ugarte.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. It's the general information items, the report calendar to the Board of Education. Trustee Ramirez Dominguez,
The report out?
this is any reports you would like from the superintendent.
Oh. No, I'm okay.
Trustee Tolston?
Yeah, can we get a briefing? We've been talking about parent engagement all day. So can we get a briefing, a presentation of what the plan is?
Do you want a board update or a presentation?
A presentation.
Okay. Can it be either July or August, or when would you?
The sooner
Once
better,
the
probably.
plan is ready, right? Because I think it was still in
It's
development.
a good plan.
Okay.
August.
Okay. Let's if we have it in July, but otherwise in August
Yeah.
at the latest.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
On the FICMAT assessment, where we're at with that?
I'll do a board update.
Okay. And we had a crisis management company that we hired, is it March 1st? The communications?
Yes.
So it was for 1 month, right?
No, it's a year.
Okay.
It was for a year.
For a year. So up to, was it 3,000 a month, right?
Correct.
Right? Is that what we've paid so far? 3,000 up to
Correct.
that amount? Okay. And I know that facilities has been working on the water purifiers especially for our students that are on the west side because of how bad the Sweetwater delivery of their water. But what have we done for our staff, like in their lunchrooms, so that they also have clean water?
So,
Do they have something, or is it just for the?
well, the water filtration systems, my understanding is for the school, right? It includes staff.
Well, it's mainly to have one in the playground area.
Right.
Yeah. So we can start to look at the rest of the school.
Just want to
Yeah.
make sure that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can look. We can possibly
Can you
look
cost
at.
that for us?
Yeah, we'll look at a possible second one, let's cost that out.
And let's see, thank you, I'm gonna scratch this one on the common assessment, those assessments they were doing, because now we're having that other, that was a long one, look, okay? And test results for parents reporting. Again, the results that are coming to the parents sometime during the summer for the test, the state, the CAS, it has, I still continue to have the concern that when the teachers meet with the parents, there's no key there. And I want to make sure that we have something there. Like I shared before, the report cards read 4 exceeds and meets. It doesn't differentiate between students performing above their grade or a student who's barely made it. Or how does a 2 approaching differ from a 3 nearly met? I know that came up before, that there was some discussions that were had before, maybe a couple years ago, I don't know, with cabinet and possibly the union, where those discussions were had. But parents need to be part of that too, because you go to one teacher and that same test result will mean one thing, and you go to another teacher and that same test will mean something else to another, and so it means entirely something else to the parent.
So are we talking about the CASP results?
The report cards that the teachers
Or
will be.
report cards.
Yes, because there's the CASP report is on there, well, it says some numbers, there's no key as to what it means. I brought that up before
So,
when Rochelle was
So it's a
here.
report card?
Yes.
A report card.
Just keep it, if we could please, so that, an IT update. I know, I keep being told that no update, no update. Well, it's been a summer ago
For what?
for the line-wise software. It didn't blur out the audio.
Oh.
For, we
Mr.
had that
Angelo.
incident at a school where little boys were looking at things they shouldn't be looking at.
Is there an update on the line?
Well, it wouldn't let me do anything on the next.
Well, just ask the little boys,
Yeah,
they know how.
we had one
know
recently in
how.
the safety update, but yeah.
Yeah, it still does not do the video blurring in a public capacity. We don't have that. It does the image blurring, we have that, but it doesn't do video or audio. And audio was something that was not explicitly promised. It would do video, but they hoped it would do audio.
Right, in a month, they
So,
told us.
so, Mr. Angelo, so I know we're still waiting for that. Could you research to see if there's another program that may have that capability?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look for another one.
Yes. IT drills. I know that last year, Sweetwater Union High School District, in 23, excuse me, they were hacked, and the business went down. Teachers went home, staff went home. And do we have a drill for us? If our systems go down, do teachers know what to do? I mean, a lot of them they're using their computers, they're using a lot of stuff. We have drills for everything.
So I know that what we do is we have, and I'll have Mr. Angelo talk about it, but we do have how do you call it, when we send out emails to folks and test to see if they click on it. I know a couple of board members. I know a couple of board members without saying who.
Not me.
Clicked on it, and then they had to go through a process. You want to talk about it, Mr. Angelo?
I didn't.
I don't even get my emails, so I'm just going.
Yes. So we have numerous preventative measures in place. We have softwares that constantly are searching for viruses and intrusions and that sort of thing. We have a staff member whose job it is to watch for those sorts of things. So in terms of being on the lookout for that and trying to protect ourselves from it, we have that in place certainly, and we have redundancy plans for bringing things back if we have problems. But in terms of staff having a plan for if a primary system goes down, we haven't really done that. I don't know how they would get access to something if we lost
If you're
access
down,
to it,
right.
but we can think about that.
Mm-hmm.
A pencil and paper plan?
I know.
I don't remember going home.
The other major thing that we've implemented this year is the multi-factor authentication. So that really, protects the network more also.
Yeah, another protective measure. But most of our applications we use are in the cloud, so it's unlikely that those would get hacked in a way that people couldn't use them. But we do have core systems like eSchool Plus that does all of our student records and things like that. That's something that would be more likely to be impacted that we would need a plan for.
And I still think we need, or I believe strongly, there's another article that came out about the Sweetwater Water Authority. And right now is a good time for us to see what else we can do to, someone needs to keep an eye on it. I know I tried to, but.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, we'll go ahead and cost out a second purification water filtration system.
All right, yeah, it literally says that they said, we don't have treatment in place for the PFAS chemicals. PFAS. And that their best reservoir was to blend it with uncontaminated water. Well, come on. Thank you if we could please keep an eye on that for the safety of our staff and our students. That's it, thank you.
Any reports? My reports are already in progress. Okay. Board communications, this is the item on the agenda where members of the Board of Education can communicate to the public the events that they have participated in.
I participated in the Rogers Special Olympics, and it was an amazing experience to see our children just enjoy themselves and be kids, and to see that pool and know, I know it wasn't part, but we got to see the pool, and just to see how great of treating or supporting the treatment of our special ed students. I also attended Sonia Sotomayor's time capsule. And it was great. Every grade level had put something in the box, and we had like TK students reading, kinder students reading in Spanish, which was amazing, and our higher grades also. So it was really great. We also had a few of our special needs students be part of that and bring their own items for their class. So it was a great opportunity to see familiar faces and just to see our students continue to thrive. It's amazing. Also, I went to the CVLCC graduation, and they did an amazing job at bringing mariachi and a few other things that they did. But it was really great just to see the community that is part of that charter school and part of this district as well. And the last thing that I did was attend the budget perspective workshop. And that was fun to see Mr. Pong and Dr. Ray is there too. I am trying to do everything I can so I am as educated as possible in order to serve this board and our community better, and especially in budgets. And I know we're going to have a training opportunity, but I'm still looking forward to continue to enrich myself, to be able to educate myself so I can do the best I can. And that's everything for me right now. Thank you.
Trustee Tolston?
I also attended the Rogers Special Olympics event. It was, again, we always say it, congratulations to all the teachers, all of the staff that assists, their passion, their principal, and everyone that's there. It's a beautiful campus. It's one of the older campuses, but I thought it was gorgeous. So it's very green, all the trees and everything. So that was very nice. I attended the Chula Vista 8th grade and 6th grade promotions, and those were a lot of fun to see the different ages and the different age range between the 6th graders and the 8th graders. And I want to congratulate all our recently promoted students from the district because they are moving on to bigger and better things. And I attended the Chamber of Commerce event. It was really nice to meet a lot of members of the community that are very involved with our district. And the superintendent received the Educational Impact Award, so I think that's a reflection on this district, because I don't think he's the only one that's working here. So I want to congratulate everybody for that award, because that's just a reflection of the whole district. And thank you. That's it.
I attended the State of the City event, and you did too. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I also attended the Rogers Special Olympics event. The students treated us so special. They treated us special. And they treated us with their special performances. And it was just the reason why we do what we do. And then I took a pause, so I had knee surgery. And then on the 5th, I attended the 6th grade graduation at Los Altos. Turns out my grandniece was also graduating from there, and my cousins were there, and I was surprised. That was a total surprise. Like, what are you doing here? You go to school here, you know. So Miss Giovanna was there as well. And they had us both walk in like a part of the entrance of the I'm with my cane, barely making it, but they had us both walk in. And on the 6th, I attended the Bilateral Safety Corridor Coalition Freedom and Angels of Trafficking Awards. There were several county leaders there, like every heads of the departments. The Mexican consulate was there as well, and they shared a lot of information of their work. My husband and I have known Marisa Ugarte for many years. My husband, we used to be on her board years ago in the early 2000s. So we know her work, and hers is to save and protect and try and rescue victims of sex trafficking. And I also attended my nephew's kindergarten graduation at Liberty, and it was just too much fun. And that's it for right now. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
I also attended the State of the City address, and I was also able to work with our community schools collaboration this last week so that we could provide or start planning our community schools summit, which will be hosted at the Sweetwater District, but is a collaboration of all of the districts in the South Bay that have community schools: National City, San Isidro, South Bay, Chula Vista, and Sweetwater. And we are extending invitations to the superintendents and to the community schools coordinators at all of the sites that have community schools to attend our summit in August. And so we'll send those out. And I already contacted Giovanna to make sure that we have that on the calendar. Dr. Reyes.
Could I interrupt before you start? I got an email from a SELPA community, someone who's on the SELPA Community Advisory Committee, and they noticed there was no teachers on the committee from Chula Vista. Now the parents, it says, the parents you have on the committee are rock stars. And they wanted to commend them all because they carry a heavy load. And this person says that our Rosemary Lowry representative was elected chair for the next year. And the reason for this person's concern was that there's no teacher involvement and is not, let's see, the reason for my concern about no teacher involvement is not to fill their shoes, but because the CAC is interested in creating a peer-to-peer program. Teacher feedback would be appreciated. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, so busy month. I had the opportunity to go to the VEX competition. Different, about 6-7 schools competed at Sonia Sotomayor for the robotics. I went to the Fiesta de las Americas at Salt Creek. I went to the Bayfront 10-year anniversary. I had the opportunity to go to Anaheim because Sunnyside was recognized as a California Distinguished School, which was great, great honor. The State of the City address, and many different promotion ceremonies last week. I was going from school to school, and I'm going to tell you that's one of my favorite things to do, because it's great to see the joy of our students, our parents, and our staff, seeing them promote and go into the next step in their lives. And so, I went to the Chamber of Commerce last installation dinner last week, and I just want to wish everyone a great summer. I know that some of you may have plans. Make sure that people rest. No, Miss Casey, no, you're saying. No, so make sure that you rest, you take care of yourself, take care of your families, and take time for yourselves, because I know you work incredibly hard every single day for students, and so take some time off, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. All right, the next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on July 9th at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session. As I was stated before, we have one more closed session item, so we will be adjourning to return to closed session, and then we will come out to adjourn the meeting. So, to close session. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. I'll second.
Ramirez Dominguez,
Aye.
Tolston, Dominguez Cervantes,
Aye.
Tamayo, Ugarte.
Yes, motion passes 4-1.